How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly with It. I'm Will, and I'm kind of by myself right now. But we are going to go through basically my entire collection of played games using Pub Meeple. We're going to rank them. Hopefully some people show up and join the live stream. Figured I'd do this as my first live stream back, just in case nobody else shows up. I got to get this done anyways, so that way I can create my top 50 of all time videos. I was recording some videos earlier. I did one for, what did I do? I did the top 10 games that I played this year, where they were new to me. This is not necessarily 2025. That video should be going up next week. I was making a members only video, but then realized we lost our YouTube monetization status because we haven't uploaded enough videos, and then we got it back, and now we don't have 4,000 watch hours anymore. YouTube's a fickle thing. So once we get that back, then I've got a video that'll be the rest of the games I played this year. So it's basically like 11 through 56 or something like that. So once that's done, then I'll get that uploaded. Depending if we get membership in the next month or so again, then it'll be a member video. If I don't, then I'll just upload it as a secondary video. And then I think as part of my top 50 videos, I'll probably add the Pub Meeple's 2025 People's Choice Rankings. I was doing those videos for a while using the Pub Meeple stuff. So if you guys would be interested in that, just, let me know in the comments of this video, I guess, once it goes live. And then, yeah, I'll just do mine, and I'll do the equivalent of whatever Pub Meeple said. Although right now Pub Meeple's being weird. I guess based on their time zone, it flipped over. So it's now saying 2026. And then the drop down's got 2026 and 2024, but 2025 is missing. So I can't even get the 2025 data right now. But anyway, I'll show you guys how Pub Meeple works. So if you are new to the board game hobby and want to rank your games and contribute to what I use as the People's Choice, community results, then of course you want to rate your games on Pub Meeple. Most of the major, I think, YouTube personalities use it now as well. So I'm going to go through those steps, show you guys how it works with Board Game Geek, and then we'll start scoring the two games. And I guess I'll talk about them as I score them. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to website. Here we go. And where are we at? Here we go. So Pub Meeple lets you rank lots of stuff. I don't know where all the different options came from. We got comics, characters, books, but of course we are doing board games. So the first thing you have to do, and unfortunately I'm past this step, so I don't know if there's a way to reset that because it already remembers, but you will put in your BGG name. Maybe I can do it way down here. Or you can just do it by straight BGG search, or you can do it by a text entry, right? So you can just choose any method that you want. I did my name, so it finds me, and then it's going to load your collection, right? You can update it. Oh, here you go, change. So I guess change will let me change to a different person other than me. I guess if you want to rate somebody else's collection. And then you have your collection filter. The way I do it, this is an or. You can do or and. So I'm going to do and because I only wanted things that I still own, not things that I have given away. Because if I've given away, I probably don't like it. And played, right? I don't want to rate things I don't own. The other thing I'm going to do, because I have so many games, or so many different games played, I'm going to do it to just basically 7 and up. Because if it's not a 7, it's on my call list. Now, what I did for games played this year, right? You tell it to get play dates, and then you can put in the range that you want. So I just did for this year. And then of course, once you have your filters, it will show you, okay, here's all of your filtered games. Although now it's only showing the regular 20 strong. And before it was showing both 20 strongs. Because I know I own them both. All right, so I'm going to keep it on or, just because for some reason that's weird. Or maybe I rated that one lower. Huh. Don't know why it's doing that. 0? Did I not rank it at all? I didn't rank it at all, I guess. which is fine. I would rank all 20 strong together anyways. But normally, because I know I've played red, so I wonder what this is. Maybe the family? Okay, let's go back to what I was on. So we'll go back to sevens. But even with, even with seven, what are we looking at? We're still looking at 269 games out of 752 that I've played. So, and I'm kind of new to the hobby. So it's kind of shocking that I have that number. Maybe I have 252 owned and 269 played. Sure, we'll go with that. So first you're going to add all your filtered games. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to start removing either duplicates or ones that are rated a 7 because of oddity, not because of me. If I believe it's a game that I don't like as much as she does, I'll eventually go back in and update the rankings as well after I do this, because basically if anything doesn't make it into, say, the top 10, right, then it shouldn't be a 9 or a 10. If it doesn't make it into like the top 25, then it shouldn't be an 8. If it doesn't make it into the top 50, it probably shouldn't be a 7, right? Well, I only do 7, so basically it's got to be in the top 100 to even be a 7. So basically if it doesn't make it into the top 50, it wouldn't be a 7, and then anything below that would drop off. Now if I ever start going to a top 100, once I've called my collection down, then maybe that'll change. So let's hear 20 strong, Aftermath, Age of Comics, Ahua. We only need one Almanac because we'll just do the whole system. Astronauts, Azul. Again, we only need one Azul. Banana is Audrey. I'm not really a fan of it. Bites is okay. We only need one bullet. Carcassonne, Casting Shadows. Castles by the Sea was Audrey. Cat Lady was Audrey. Choose Your Own Adventure. I actually dropped that score, so I'm not sure why that's still coming up. I guess it hasn't refreshed. Chateau. Cities of Venus. Some of these I'm trying to remember. Clank. I do Clank as a whole, so we will just do the Clank base game because I do Clank as a whole, even Catacombs. Coexist, Coffee Traders, Comic Hunters. Cube Monster was Oddity. Delicious Destinies, Dice Masters, Digimon. Digimon. Dynamite, Dinosaur World. Sheriff of Nottingham was Oddity. Disney Villainous, we only need one. So that's one of the disadvantages of this, is it catches standalone expansions as a game as well. So you gotta filter. Haunted Mansion Distilled. Fireworks going off in the background. Dragon Pets is Oddity. Dreams Yesterday and Tomorrow is Oddity. Evolution. Exit. Again, we'll just do the Exit game series. Fantasy Realms. So same thing with Fantasy Realms. I kind of consider it a series, and I like Remix the most. So I think I'll leave Remix, and I'll just get rid of the rest of them. Forges, Frozen Frontier, Funfair, G.I. Joe. Yeah, so like I'm looking at a lot of these, and I'm like, I know a lot of these are going to drop. A lot of these aren't 7s for me anymore. We haven't done one of these since 2022. So I haven't adjusted any of their scores since 2022. Iron Alone, ISS Vanguard. Keep the heroes out. Last Fish, no. And then Legendary, we only need one Legendary. What else we got? Mayhem, same thing with Mayhem. I'll have Teen Titans, so I'll just leave the Looney Tunes one. Mariposas. Lots of Marvel. Why? Because you need Marvel. Marvel Villainous, same thing. Marvel Zombies, same thing. So Marvel Remix is basically Fantasy Realms. Same thing with Mall Peak. Skull Hollow is the same. Merchant's Code, Mercurial. Some of these I haven't played since the original Kickstarter. I may have the full version. Money, no. Monstrosity, no. Mountains and All Hills, no. Really? Mouse, Cheese, Cat, Cucumber. Did I give that a 7? Moving Pictures was fun. We don't own it anymore. My Little Pony, My Little Scythe. Natureopolis will just be under Sprawpolis. Okie Dokie Smoky. That I think was Audrey. Pandemic. So all my Pandemic just goes under Pandemic Legacy. Because I don't think I have regular Pandemic. Yeah, I don't have regular Pandemic. But Beyond Patchwork. That's weird. I have Patchwork Halloween and I have the Patchwork Valentines. It's weird the Valentines didn't show up. Peacemakers, Picky Eaters was Oddity. Pies saying now this one's a hard one. Point Salad and Point Galaxy, because they're distinctly different. Like they Point Galaxy is a step up from Point Salad. I'll leave them both and I guess I'll see how they come out in the rankings. Pokemon Quirky Circuits. That's Oddity. Race the Wrath. Radlands. Redwood. Regicide. Let's see here. Rolling Meow. Yeah, it shouldn't be in there. Roll to the Top. So the same thing with the Roll to the Top. There's two versions, so they just go together. Rolling Realms is a weird one because I don't do the expansion, so it's really the system, I guess. Sagrada. Santorini, same thing. It's just Santorini as a whole. But either way, oddly likes Santorini more than me. I like regular Santorini better than New York, so we'll just give her to New York. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We have another Sheriff of Nottingham. Didn't I get rid of the Sheriff of Nottingham up top? Get rid of it again. Skull Hollow, like I said, we'll go under Mall Peak. Although that might be backwards. I might have did it the wrong way. Same team as Sky Tier Horde. We'll get rid of that. And Monoliths, we'll use Campaign since that's the latest version and really the version you should be playing. Smash Up, same thing. We'll go with the base game. Smitten, Splendor. Yeah, so Sprawlopolis is what we'll use for all of our Opolises. Squire for Hire, same thing. This one isn't fair for me to rank at all because I never got the final version from the publisher. So this is just the prototype, which wasn't even, like, it really wasn't close to the full game. Star Trek Mission, same thing. We're getting rid of that because we're going to use Marvel Fantasy Realms as a system. Star Trek, we'll leave that as our super skill pinball. Same thing, Villainous, all these standalones. Star Wars Clone Wars versus Pandemic. I think I'll leave it. I mean, it is the Pandemic system, but it does play different. I guess same thing. I'll see how that lines up with Legacy. Star Wars Unlock. Change of things. All right, so there's super skill. Survival of the Fattest was Oddity. Sushi Go was Oddity. And then we got Looney Tunes. Illustrations is Oddity. Tether. The Fog Gig. Hunger. Some of these are going to be a hard remembrance for me. So this was, again, just a prototype. Never got a... I don't think the Pit successfully funded. Ice and Snow. Ticket to Ride. So same thing, base version. Tiny Epics. Tiny Robot Love Doctors. That was Oddity. Trekking the national parks. Trekking the world. I like World better than Parks. And this is the original. Like, I saw the new one. They've got some new ones coming out, and I don't think I care for the new ones. I feel like the simplicity was lost on some of the new ones. So you're trekking through history. Suro. Same thing. Uno Ultimate as a whole. Vengeance as a whole. Did play some Vengeance again recently. Bit of Culture. Way Too Many Cats was Oddity. Welcome to Everdell. We'll just use Everdell as a whole. Did have Everdell up here, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, Everdell. Okay. Let's see here. Tidal Blade. Where was I? I was at W, right? Welcome. Yeah, welcome to. Serengeti, Wingspan, Wolfwalkers, Wonderlands, World Stitchers was Oddity. Zoo King. I like Zoo King. Mutant Insurrections there. All right. So once you've pruned down whatever you want to rank, and I could probably, just looking at a lot of these, already know that I don't like them enough to keep them. You know, I know they aren't good enough to be in the top 50, but I'm going to leave them just because makes it a more fair ranking when you're comparing. So then we're going to go ahead and start ranking. So this is 203 items. It says there's an estimated 864 comparisons. So this is why, like, I definitely need to make sure I fix a lot of those ones that I believe are probably less than a 7 for me now. Probably need to not... The BGG says it's me and Oddity because it's the channel, but maybe I need to just have it be me by myself, and then if Oddity wants to rank games, which she really doesn't care one way or the other, then we'll deal with that. All right, so the first one, let's see, we got Frozen Frontier, which is a heavy worker placement. Played the prototype, really liked it. Finally got our copy. I actually had to get it from Arcane Wonders because something Cosmodrome, I don't know what's going on with them right now, but they've not been responding to people, it seems. And then Saria is Jurassic Park in a box. If I were to have to play one right now, I'd probably want to play Frozen Frontier. Skytier Horde and Sleeping Gods. Two very distinct games. So Skytier Horde is a lane battler. Solo. I mean, you play co-op, but I played it solo, and I think that's really the only way to play it. Sleeping Gods Distant Skies is an open world narrative, right? I played it over a couple days, completed one whole session. I'm not as thrilled to go back to it as I am Skytier Horde. Mall Peak and Project L. Again, just really just different types of games. This is a dueling game, 1v1. And this is a polyomino pattern game. I think I like Mall Peak better. Rescuing Robin Hood and Moving Pictures. So Rescuing Robin Hood, it's been a long time. That's one of the first Kickstarter games we got, and I think we played on the channel. Deck builder, where you're trying to, well, rescue Robin Hood. Moving Pictures it's a good little quick game, right? It's a little bar game. We played it for an Extra Life game day. I think I'm gonna go with Rescuing Robin Hood. Don't own Moving Pictures anymore, but that's not of our fault. It was a giveaway game. We just played it on stream. Rolling Realms and Earth. Earth, of course, is a Tableau engine builder. Rolling Realms is just a whole bunch of different dice rolling right games. Earth. Marvel Age of Heroes and Exit. I like Exit games. They're not... I like puzzly games, and go watch my video I did on top 10 games I played last year or this year, because we're still in 2025 for another 2.5 hours. I like solving the puzzle, but I like solving like a what's the best move to solve the puzzle. Not necessarily escape room. Audrey likes those a little bit better. Age of Heroes is worker placement, battling, and it's Marvel, so that's gonna win. Peacemaker's Horrors of War. or Scooby-Doo. So again, another escape room game versus a, oh, what is Peacemakers? Oh, I forget Peacemakers. It's been a while. We played one scenario. So let's do this. Board Game Geek. Just so I can refresh my memory sometimes, because this is probably going to have to happen. Peacemakers. Horrors of War. Right? We're doing Horrors of War, or are we doing Dawn? Horrors of War. Peacemaker, thematic board game, operate, trying to bring peace. As adventurers seeking to stop the conflict. What are our mechanics? Cooperative, grid movement, hand management, variable player powers. Like, I remember the book, right? I remember going across the book. I remember the characters. I don't remember the game, though, to be honest. I know we liked it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was a battle game. That's right. It was an asymmetric battle game. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that. Isle of Cats or Jungle Tribe. Isle of Cats, classic, tile, polyomino. Jungle Tribe, most people don't know about. Jungle Tribe, I backed on Kickstarter. They weren't really distributing to the US at a cheap rate, so I ended up getting a couple copies. I've given 1 or 2 away. I think I still have 2 left. It's different, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Isle of Cats. Fisheries of Gloucester or Regicide. So Fisheries of Gloucester is a toweling, kind of call it a racing game. You're trying to get across. And then Regicide is a little, 52 card battle game. Let's go with Fisheries. How to Save the World. So that's a worker placement game where you're trying to basically go up tracks, and depending which track is the highest, you either win the game, don't win the game, but win the game, or don't win the game and leave the planet. And then Planet Unknown is a polyomino puzzle. Oh, that's a tough one. See, this is where I need chat. Chat needs to show up. Where's Ryan? Ryan commented, and I even pinned his comment. I think recency bias gets me, and I'm going to go with How to Save the World. Mouse Cheese Cat Cucumber is I don't even know how to explain it. You're basically trying to play cards to turn and twist a maze to keep yourself away from or to get to one of the other objectives. And it's kind of hidden objective. You don't know who somebody is. So you have to kind of see what they're trying to do to determine what they are to know whether you should go towards them or away from them. Libertaria is a... is it card drafting? Let's see. I know I liked it, but it's been a while since we played it. Set sails, a glory, blah, 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 blah. 40 characters, reputation, loot tokens. What's our mechanisms? Hand management, everything's the same. Bid order, set collection. Let me see something so I can try to remember. No, doesn't help. Doesn't help. I remember the resources. I would almost say if I can't remember, then it didn't leave a lasting memory, I guess is the thing. Or we just need to play it again. Between the two, though, I do know I like this better than the Mouse Cheese Cat Cucumber. So... Rogue Angels, it's not fair to rank that one because that hasn't released at all. So we're going to go ahead and remove it. I liked it, but I know a lot of things have changed because it's been in delivery for a while. Riverside is a roll and write. Really easy. Roll some dice, get to take tours along the river, score the most points win. Island Alone is like a little survival game. It was a print and play. I like Riverside. Pies and My Little Scythe. Again, another funny matchup because My Little Scythe involves pies. Pies is a trick-taking game where you have to get ingredients to make pies, or set collection game. My Little Scythe is, again, another one of the very first games we played where you're trying to pick up and deliver, right? Trying to take resources. I think we'll go with My Little Scythe. Shamans and Point Salad. Shamans is a trick-taking game with like a hidden trader mechanic. Point Salad is, well, what it says, Point Salad. You're trying to get groups of points based on a scoring card you've added to your salad. Oddland, you're building a grid, putting out your meeples to score. Carcassonne, you're building a grid to make your land, right? And make groups of things. Wow, really, really similar. We'll go with the classic. We'll go with Carcassonne. Danger Park and Sea of Legends, two very distinctly different games. Danger Park, you're building a theme park, and every so often bad stuff will happen. I can tell you we got rid of the game, so I don't think it was good enough for us to keep. So that was probably an Audrey liked it more than I did, but even though we got rid of it, I didn't change the score. Kabuto Sumo, you basically, it's a dexterity game. You're pushing little round discs to try to push other discs off. Think of like, Kabuto Sumo, or not Kabuto, but sumo wrestlers pushing each other out of the ring. Disney Sorcerer Arena is a kind of a PvP game with cards. Kabuto Sumo is fun. Disney Sorcerer's Arena has more like going for it. So I'm gonna do that. Holotype is a worker placement game. You're trying to go out to dig sites and get fossils, right, and research papers. And then Scooby-Doo, the board game, is everything is categorized and lumped into this, but it's not really a pandemic style game, but you're basically going from location to location trying to stop whoever the bad guy is while he's running around and chasing you. I think these are about, in terms of my dislike, these are about equal. We'll go with Scooby-Doo. Duck in Danger and Wolfwalkers. Wolfwalkers is a tableau building game, or not. Yeah, you're building out a tableau, and you're basically putting down cards one way or the other way. One way is for points, the other way is for the items you need in the points. Duck in Danger is a set collection game. Haven't played this since the crowdfunding campaign. Oh, okay. No. It's a play card game. So yeah, Poacher will hunt the Dukes, put them in danger. Ranger will risk to save them, and Taurus will choose how they approach, whether it's in danger or not. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't remember that much, so we'll go with the one I remembered more on. Wolfwalkers. Wolfwalkers is a good game. So, Power Rangers deck building game is, well, a deck building game, and you're playing the Power Rangers. It's a versus deck building game, so it's a one-on-one. There is a co-op or solo mode, which could probably be modified slightly for co-op. I haven't played it. And then Marvel United is, well, Marvel United. So we know which one I'm going to pick. Cities of Venus Lost Contact is a worker placement resource management game where you are trying to get resources and send them back to the cities of Venus, or from the cities of Venus. Funfair, we've replaced with Unfair. We haven't played Unfair yet, but Funfair, you're building out a park, and it's one of the ones where you put cards and you stack them on top of each other till you get to the top, and then you score based on each, basically amusement park ride you build. Everdell, and Star Wars: The Clone Wars. So Everdell, classic. Everybody knows Everdell. Tableau game, building out your town, your village of Everdell. Star Wars: The Clone Wars is basically a pandemic game. Well, it's based on the pandemic system. More clone troopers come out, and you got to defeat them. Go with Everdell. Uno Ultimate or Welcome to. Uno Ultimate is not Uno. It's more of a card battler with Uno-esque features to it. If it was pure Uno, I probably would have gotten rid of it by now. Welcome to, of course, is a flip and write, where you are trying to get the most points in your city, in your town, in your neighborhood. There we go. Welcome to the perfect neighborhood. I honestly think I like Welcome to better. I've been debating. Hey, Landiston, how you doing, buddy? Yes, I'm back. This is my welcome back stream. Is just me sitting here choosing games because I have to make a top 50 video at some point. So got to do this anyways. So figured I'd get the algorithm jump started again. Tiny Epic Zombies or Destiny. So Tiny Epic Zombies, you're basically beating up on zombies in a mall. Destinies is a more story-driven game with an app. I do like Tiny Epic Zombies. I do like Destinies. These are the hard ones. Like, which one's better? Let's go with Destinies. Distilled and Marvel Remix. So Distilled, making liquors, right? So basically it's a resource collection and then resource usage game. Remix is very simple, right? Because it's based on Fantasy Realms. It's basically draw a card, place a card, draw a card, place a card, and you're trying to make the best set of I forget how many cards it is. Seven cards. I think it depends on player count. There's a new Distilled expansion coming out. That'll probably change. Well, there's a new Remix expansion coming out too. I got on pre-order. I didn't feel right asking WizKids for a game when I hadn't been streaming in a while. I'm gonna... I like all the Fantasy Realm games. So again, remixes all the Fantasy Realm games. I think it's easy and approachable. If you could teach anybody at it, Distilled would require a certain player. So we'll go with remix. Bites and Strike Teams. So Bites is a cute little game where you're trying to get your ant to the top by selecting certain pieces of food. And then certain foods can score you certain points based on where you end up on the anthill at the very end. Strike Teams is basically a two-player versus game, a la any of the other one, like Disney Arena and all that stuff, but it's with Marvel characters. I like Disney Arena better than Strike Teams. Question is, do I like Bites more than Strike Teams? I don't think I do, but I don't really care for Strike Teams that much. Wish it was there might be a solo mode for Strike Teams. I should look that up. Marvel Champions, the card game, the OG LCG that never ends. I don't know. They're stretching out Marvel Champions to a yearly cycle now. It may be slowing down. They keep promising they're going to bring back all the stuff that they're no longer printing. And then Pokemon, the OG of TCGs. So we have the OG LCG versus the OG TCG. I don't play Pokemon anymore. So I guess that makes that choice for me. I probably should have just removed Pokemon. Hidden Leaders versus Star Realms. Hidden Leaders is a push and pull type game. It was interesting. And then Star Realms is a deck builder, right? Standard deck builder. Solo and solo, co-op, and versus. I think we played Versus once. We do need to play the Legacy one, Versus. We just haven't. Let's go Star Realms. Dog Park or Trekking the World. So Dog Park, you're trying to walk your dog, make your dog happy. Worker placement. Trekking the World, more approachable. You go around, travel, collect things. So more of a set collection. I think I like Trekking the World better. River City Glassworks. So some of these games you notice I'm ranking, and we haven't played on the channel yet. That's because we were trying to play some games once the baby went to sleep. River Glassworks. It's an entry level game, right? It's like Azul, right? You're just trying to collect your glass, put them in a certain order, so that way you can score the most points. Guns or Treasure is a little card battler. It was okay. I honestly don't know why it's still 7. I would have thought I would have dropped that by now. So we'll go to River. We'll go to the River. Santorini or Alpuja. He told me how to say that. Alpujarras. Santorini is your, little abstract strategy game, trying to knock out your opponent, build the towers. Alpujarras is a worker placement, like resource game. You're trying to get like the different fruits. We'll go with the classic. Brew or Clank. I think I already know what I'm going to choose, but I can go over the description since it's the first time we've seen either one. Brew is another resource management game. You're trying to get resources so you can brew potions, as it says. And then Clank is the, deck building game of deck building games that most people start with. Well, I guess Dominion's what they start with. Actually, Dominion, speaking of it here, Dominion I've played. I did play Dominion on the app because you can play the basic game for free, because Z Garcia was talking about his favorite app games and everybody was like, oh, no. I don't get Dominion. I don't. I played it, did not care for it. It's like Gloomhaven. I played Gloomhaven, do not care for it. I'm going to lose subscribers now. Not like I have a lot of subscribers to begin with. Laniston, we gave Santorini to my in-laws for Christmas. It was interesting. I'd never played it. Yeah, it's one of Audrey's favorites. We got the all-in deluxe edition. The problem is, Laniston, I got to paint it again because we gave away our painted copy, I think, for Extra Life a couple years ago. So yeah, Clank is definitely going to win that one. Tiny Epic Pirates or Micro Architects. So now Micro Architects is having an expansion out on Kickstarter right now. We played it for the first Kickstarter. I was going to play it solo, and then I remembered I had already played. So right now I'm playing a lot of games solo to see if I want to cull them and get rid of them. So I was going to play that, but then I remembered, oh, we've already played this. That one I might have been trying to play because I also wanted to I want to back the campaign. Tiny Epic Pirates is a pick up and deliver game. Micro Architects, you're basically trying to optimize your city that you're building. Sobek 2 players or Super Skill Pinball. So Sobek 2 players, another set collection game. Audrey really likes that one. Super Skill Pinball is, Super Skill Pinball. I played the Christmas one, of course, because it was Christmas recently, so this is more on my mind. From a solo perspective, I would choose Super Skill Pinball because I can play it by myself whenever I want. From a enjoyment perspective, I like them about equal. There needs to be like an equal sign. Like you can push in the middle and just say they're even. They're even. I'm gonna go with just because of the fact that I can play this solo, and right now I'm having to play more games solo. That's my only decision of why I chose one or the other. Between Two Castles, Mad King Ludwig. Again, trying to build something. You're building out your castle. The unique twist on that one, the reason it says between, is because your castle points score based on the castles beside you. In a 2-player game, I think we had to build 2 castles each. On Tour is a roll and write game where you're having to put numbers down on the board, and you have to make the most optimal route to get, for your band because you're on tour. I like that better. Leviathan Wilds, again, played that recently, so recency bias may play a factor here. You're basically not rolling dice. You're playing cards to get up a Leviathan to be able to cure it. It's not really a boss battler, even though you're playing on a big old monster looking thing. Call to Adventure Epic Origins is basically a mini RPG with cards, for lack of better terms. Cards and runes that you throw. I think the recency bias isn't helping. I think I like Call to Adventure better. Lost Species and the Elder Scrolls, two totally different games. So I played both recently. Lost Species I played with my sister. She's not a big board gamer, but they love Clue. And I've been trying to get them to play Lost Species every time either they come over or my parents come over, because they like those kinds of games, Clue and Risk and Life. A lot of our games, hobby gamer games, are just too much for them. But my sister really liked it. I still really like it. We played it twice while she was here. Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. I like it. Spoiler warning before the game ranking of this year, new games to me, it made the list, right? But do I like it more than Lost Species? Because I did have some problems with Elder Scrolls. Worse is I had problems with Elder Scrolls and I went back to new campaign. I'm a glutton for punishment. And that was before I knew I was going to be coming back and making videos for you guys. Oh, this is a rough one. This is a rough one. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do Lost Species. I just had more fun playing Lost Species the last time I played it. Guilty Gear should not be a 7. I don't know why that's in here still. Goodbye. That's based on the Exceed system. So we've played a couple Exceed games. It's a versus game. And I think the enjoyment for me is the enjoyment that Audrey has, which I've mentioned with 2-player games. And if she doesn't like it, I just don't enjoy it as much. It's a reason why I'm getting rid of Wild Realms. It probably is a decent 2-player game, but I played it solo, didn't like it, and I'm not going to put her through that. Viticulture, worker placement, make some grapes, classic. Unsettled, get on a planet, get squished, you turn into grapes, classic. I'm going to go with Unsettled on this one. I like Unsettled. It's a fun puzzle. Tiny Epic Dungeons or Splendor Marvel. I didn't even check. I know I lined this up earlier. I've gone through this far and I'm like, is it still lined up on the screen for you guys correctly? And luckily it is. Go back. Where was I? Back to Chrome. So Tiny Epic Dungeons is a tiny epic dungeon. Let's roll some dice, kill some bad guys. Back the Adventures. I'm excited for that to come in. Splendor Marvel is a set collection game. It's just basically Splendor with a Marvel theme on it. I like that one too. I think do I like Tiny Epic Dungeons more? Do I like Tiny Epic Dungeons? See, this gets a lot easier when you have 100 games that you've ranked like a 9 or higher. I say easier, actually harder at the same time, right? Because then you're like, okay, which 9 do I like better? But like if I were to go out and look at these on my actual rankings and see that this is an 8 and this is a 7, then it's like, well, yeah, sure, I should select this one. But in the spur of the moment, if I were to ask which one of these two would I want to play, I would probably play Tiny Epic Dungeons. Okay, so Point Galaxy and Raiders North Sea. Point Galaxy, we kind of talked about with Point Salad. You're basically just making a point salad. Grab planets, grab stuff, put a scoring card in between. I think it's close enough to Point Salad. I'm going to get rid of it. But I want to select Raiders here. Raiders is a worker placement. You place a worker, take a worker, very unique mechanics. One of the first ones we played. Really like that. So hopefully that comes up again. I'll select it. But I'm going to get rid of Point Galaxy. We're going to use Point Salad for both. Okay. Canvas or Sayu. So Canvas, you are trying to build cards with scoring conditions on them. So, well, you can meet the objectives and get the score and the points. Sayu is an abstract puzzle, right? You're putting down a tile of your color, and then there's arrows and things that'll cause it to flip other tiles next to it or across from it or whatnot. I like this. This was fun. Do I like Canvas better? When I did my new games to me this year, this actually was lower than I thought it was, which was kind of shocking because I thought I liked it more than Pub Meeple said I liked it. Let's go Canvas. I think I got a Canvas. Azul or 20 strong. Here we go. Here's the battle of the century. Azul, I kind of mentioned in Glassworks, right? You're taking a selection of tiles and then you're leaving for everybody else and placing them on your mosaic to score points based on order of operation. 20 strong is a dice battler. Very unforgiving one. I played Sentinels. I played all of Tanglewood. I was like, after I played Sentinels, I was like, oh, I spent a lot of money for nothing, right? Because I wasn't going to buy 20 strong because they didn't do much solo. And then with the baby and me thinking I was going to come back earlier in the year, I said, well, let me go ahead and get some solo games. And I played Sentinels. I wasn't a fan. I played one of the Tanglewoods, liked it. Played another Tanglewood, wasn't a fan again. Played the third Tanglewood, was like, okay. Played the fourth Tanglewood and was like, well, no. So the problem is, it's hard to rank 20 strong because it's a system. And there's some games I've liked and some games I haven't. But I guess that'd be no difference in like Marble Champions or anything else, right? There's some games I'm going to like, or some expansions I'm going to like, and there's some I'm going to be like, meh, I don't have to play that again. Question is, do I like it better than Azul? I don't think I do. And I think, again, it's the experience. I haven't had a lot of great experience with 20 strong, but Azul, I've had good experiences each time I've played. And my family has had a good enough experience where they have bought. I actually gave my sister my copy of Azul, and then I got the chocolatier version, right? So I think I'm going to go with Azul. Star Wars Unlock and Tree Lined Avenue. So Star Wars Unlock's Unlock game. It's fine. It's more the IP than anything. I played with my nephew once. Tree Lined Avenue, you're trying to make your avenue, your tiles to score points. I'm gonna have to go with that. I really am. I mean, Unlock's a great system. Comic Hunters. We have the Brazilian copy that has been I had to print things out and make it English, which I guess to a small degree is good. I haven't heard if the new versions that Arcane Wonders putting out, they fixed the issues. But yeah, it's a set collection game. You're trying to get the most valuable comics. Soro is I've played it once a long time ago with what was his name from Quackalope? Not Jesse, his previous partner on the channel. You're trying to move and then like it makes you follow this path, and I don't remember enough. I was debating the deluxeified over deluxeified edition, but I didn't go with the deluxeified edition. We'll go Comic Hunters. Meeple Land or Fog. So Meeple Land is, well, just what it says, Meeple Land. You're trying to build out a theme park by placing tiles and then putting the meeples on it to score points. The Fog is a puzzle. You have a fog encroaching and you have to get as many people rescued as you can. Meeple Land. Jan, yes, Jan. No, not West, Jan, yeah. So Quackalope and Jan lived in Frederick, Maryland for a while. Jan, I think, still does. Quackalope, of course, lives wherever that is, where Alex and the rest of the people are that were from Board Game Co. But yeah, so we lived near there, like 45-minute drive. So we drove down one day. Jesse wasn't there, but Jan was there. So he took us to a board game cafe that he goes to. Played a couple games. Ruins and Mercurial. So Ruins was a surprise for me. Very unique mechanic. It's a card shedding game that you get to upgrade the cards. The original game had a superhero theme. Don't know how I never found out about that game, but All Play reprinted it as Ruins. Mercurial, we played once. I don't remember enough about it. We'll pull it up just to say we did it. Card and dice manipulation game themed on spellcrafting, combo engine building mechanics. That sounds like complex. I don't remember this. It did not leave a big enough impression, I guess. I remember the dice. I remember the card art. The art was beautiful. The graphics on this game are outstanding, but I don't remember playing it anymore. Is it solo? Can I play it again by myself? It is solo. Maybe if somebody wants me to play this, I'll play this again on the channel. But as of for now, I don't remember it enough to rank it high enough. Sagrada, Audrey's #1 game of all time at one point. Probably still is, maybe. And Smitten. So Sagrada, very unique dice drafting to build your stained glass. Smitten is a puzzle you have to build. I don't know why I have it as a 7. I really didn't care for it. I really didn't. Goodbye, Smitten. I really didn't care for it. Again, I don't know why it's in there. 9 Lives, trick-taking game. You have to, it's one where you have to guess how many you're going to take. My mom actually enjoyed that. She played that with us. Night Parade of the 100 Yokai. So I played that solo the other day because I played Keep the Heroes Out and really enjoyed Keep the Heroes Out. Spoiler for later. And so I figured I'd give his other game a try. This one you're trying to build. So you have to put out cards that allow you to place your yokai on certain islands. And then once you have enough islands, then you get to take that island over. And then basically once all 5 of one person's, I forget what they're called in Japanese lore, but the thing that's here in this picture, the little arch thing, then the game ends, you add up all the points. I liked it. I didn't like it enough to play it twice. 9 Lives I liked enough to play twice. Dulce and Aftermath. Dulce is a resource collection to make desserts. Aftermath is a big story game. We're using cards. We never got to get back to Aftermath, but we did like it a lot. Squire for Hire, you are basically laying your cards in a pattern to try to maximize the things that you're carrying in your pack. You're basically filling up your backpack by layering cards. Age of Comics, you are trying to be a comic publisher, worker placement. I like them both. I like them both. I think I'm going to go Squire for Hire, though. Mindbug versus Vengeance Roll and Write. Mindbug, little PvP game. The unique twist is you get a Mindbug, and the Mindbug basically steals the other person's card. Vengeance Roll and Fight is... It's a real-time game where you're rolling dice, and if you're playing multiplayer, you're kind of fighting over the dice, and whoever gets the most dice is going to come out ahead. But you're trying to get through the bad guys, what do they call it, headquarters or whatever. It's very hard. It's very hard. Like we played on the channel for the Kickstarter, and I don't think either one of us even came close. I've played twice solo. And the second time, I at least got to hit the bad guy, but still didn't score what they consider the beginner difficulty score. And I said this about another game. What game was I talking about? It's in one of the two videos that they're going to release. They set a beginner scoring or a beginner like level, like how to make the game easier. And that beginner, it's 20 strong. And that beginner level, beginner difficulty, in my opinion, isn't making it a beginner entry level difficulty. Like it isn't making it, in my opinion, that much easier. Maybe it is, but when you play at that level and still lose, is that really the right level for a beginner? Like an introductory? Don't think so. Between the two, though, we're going to still go with that one. After all the bad stuff I said. Ooh. So through ice and snow, I mentioned this in the other video, and somebody sees this and sees that or whatever, they'll get it. I don't think enough people knew about this, but it's a very interesting survival type game. I haven't played Robinson Crusoe, but I'd probably say maybe similar to that. And you're trying to go across the Northwest Passage and you're doing worker placement. I enjoyed it. I played it solo. I think the solo scenarios are great. I honestly think probably solo is the best way to play it. Because when you're playing with other people, you lose control of the boat. The other people get to be the captain and choose where you go. So like you're playing for points at that point when you're doing that. So I don't know if that'd be as fun. Expeditions is what is it? Resource game? Point game. It was a good game. I just don't remember what you did. See, here's the problem being a content creator. And anybody who's a content creator and actually has time to play all their old games that they have in their top 100. I don't know how. No. Competitive card-driven engine building game of exploit. That's got all the words. Play cards, gain powers, guile, worker placement abilities, mech mysterious locations, gain cards found in tiles, use workers, items, meteorites, quests to enhance your mech, use power and guile to vanquish corruption. It doesn't tell me how you win. I think that should be a requirement. Requirement for all board games on Board Game Geek. If you're going to tell me how to play the game, tell me what, like the object, like what do I win? How do I win the game? I'm going to go with recency bias just because recency bias is a thing. Okay, so Microcosmos, you're trying to, so Thistroid games, they tried to make a little bit bigger games and they've kind of condensed down to these micro games, very similar to Tiny Epic. This one, you're trying to go out and settle planets. X-Men Mutant Insurrection. So I got this game because I like X-Men. I like Marvel. So of course I want to get every Marvel or X-Men game. I did not unenjoy the game, dislike the game, but I believe there are games better than this that serve the same purpose, especially when it comes to like Marvel. You're basically rolling dice and trying to complete missions. It's that simple. I still think I liked it better than Microcosmos though. Legend. Oh, here we go. Here's a battle. So Legendary is a deck building game for Marvel. And you get to build your heroes and beat the bad guys up. Simple as that. Lord of the Rings is not as simple as that. Lord of the Rings card game is a LCG. You have to build decks or know how to build decks. I don't do that. I use whatever deck is either pre-built or actually with Marvel Legendary, there's a BGG, or not Legendary, Marvel Champions, there's a BGG complete built deck thing. So that are, I guess, slightly more optimized than starter decks. I use those for champions now. But with Lord of the Rings, it's very simple. With champions, you're playing cards, you're putting your people out. Instead of having a single champion, you have 3 heroes. I forget what they call them. But otherwise pretty much the same. For side schemes, you have like journeys, adventures you're going on and trying to complete. Bad guys will come down and attack you and you got to block them. I wasn't a fan. I played twice. And I wasn't a fan, so I put it away. And I think I ended up pulling out Marvel Champions. So all that to just say that I'm going to choose Legendary because it's a Marvel game. Ooh, Townsfolk Tussle, Boss Battler, G.I. Joe deck building game, a deck building game. If I can't state the obvious, I like Townsfolk Tussle. G.I. Joe deck building game I enjoyed. I think I need to play it more. Wild Serengeti or Ohio. So Wild Serengeti, you are like photographers and you're trying to do set collection. Ohio, I forget what it is. I think we played it for Kickstarter. Hero board game. Yeah, the temples. Oh, we played this. We played this because they sent us a copy and we played it for an extra life. I like this one. Yeah, it was a worker placement where you're trying to get the resources and based on where you place your person depends which resources you can get, and then you use the resources to try to build up your tower, your pyramid. I like this one. I think I did. I think I liked it better than Wild Serengeti. I remembered what it was, but after the problem is nothing against, everybody and their brother coming out with Yucatan and Central America, Latin America type games. They all start to be the same in your mind after a while. You have to really go and look them up to figure out which one's which. Astro Knights, which includes Invincible, or Through the Desert. Astro Knights, a unique deck building game. We like deck building games where you're doing a boss battler. It is a little difficult. Like even on easy, I think I lost the first time I played and I won the second time I played. I can't remember if I played the same boss or not. Through the Desert is I don't want to call it an area control game, but you're basically trying to control sections of the map by placing your camels. I like that one too. I do think I like Astro Knights better. Skulls of Sedek or Keep the Heroes Out. Skulls of Sedek, you're trying to play, depending on which expansions you include, you're trying to place cards with skulls on them in a certain order to score points. So priests need to be above the criminals, right? Because they're forgiving them their sins or whatever, rehabilitating them. Keep the Heroes Out is a reverse dungeon crawler. You are the monsters trying to keep the heroes out, and it's got, I will say, a small degree of deck building in it. Depending what BGG thread you read, some say it's got more or less. I seldomly got that many cards, but again, I was playing a solo variant that was on BGG, but I really did like it. That's how you say it. Explorers is a pick up and deliver game. Basically going out, building a tile map as you go, and you bring things back. Forges of Ravenshire, you are crafting, so it's a dice rolling crafting game where you're trying to craft different armor. I'm going to go with Explorers. Evolution Another World, or Tidal Blades Heroes of the Reef. So Evolution Another World's based on the evolution system. You're trying to upgrade your animals. I don't remember if that one had attacking or not. I know some of them have attacking. I can't remember. Tidal Blades Hero of the Reef is a dice crafting game, dice upgrading game, where you spend your resources to get yourself better dice. And then it's kind of a boss battler too, right? You go out and you roll dice at the end to battle the boss. Almanac is a storybook worker placement game. And then Patchwork is, well, Patchwork. We'll go with Patchwork. The Gig is a roll and write, kind of a unique one. You roll the dice. You have to draw patterns to match symbols, and matching certain symbols gives you certain points. Each player board is asymmetric, so like the saxophone plays different than the drums, it plays different than the trumpet. Liked it. Campfire Chronicles. I've currently got a love-hate relationship with it. I see a good game in the card play and the battling. I don't like the questing. I don't care for the bag pull. And to a small degree, I don't care for the card play because I feel like the card play, for anybody who doesn't know, you play a card, right? And I played multi-handed. I actually played four-handed to play this, right? To try to get the most out of it. And I play a red attack, right? Or an attack special card that's red. Somebody else can play a plus attack to that. Somebody else can play a plus attack. Somebody else can play a plus attack. Well, that's all in fine. But then the next person goes and everybody played all their red attacks. Well, I'll play a blue attack. Nobody has a blue attack. So it's like, it seems very limited in terms of that assisting. But I like that concept. I haven't played Campfire Delve. And maybe that would solve that. To get that same card play, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go with the gig. Radlands or Harrow County, both versus games. Radlands is a lane battler. Harrow County is a asymmetric game. I know it's like a cube battler. Like you drop the cubes inside the tree. And then depending how it comes out, depends who wins or loses. I think it's, if I remember correctly, you're trying to take over area. It's like an area control. I think I'm going with Radlands. Land versus Sea versus Tiwanaku. Land versus Sea is a tile placement. You either land or sea. You gain points by completing your sections. We did play with the expansions recently. Really like the expansion too. Tiwanaku is basically Minesweeper on steroids. Minesweeper meets Sudoku, whatever analogy you want to use. You're going out, you're revealing sections of land. These lands are going to form a grouping of between 1 to 5. And then in that grouping, you also are going to have between 1 and 5 plants that grow based on the size of the grouping. So you have to try to deduce what goes where. Really like that one. Like I played it, and then I played it again, and then I played it that night with Audrey in a quasi 2-player cooperative because I felt like I had an unfair advantage since I had played it before. Shipwrights of the North Sea. This is the original. We haven't played the Redux. You're basically getting resources to build ships. And ships are worth points. Tussie Mussy is a set collection game. Very lightweight, very easy to get to the table, especially when you take with you Tussie Mussy. Tirnanog. Tirnanog, I have to compare to the one that I heard earlier. What was it? The one with the one that's based on the Apple TV series, Wolfwalkers, because it's very similar. You're laying out rows, and you get points based on the rows where you lay them. The scoring objective, though, everybody has the same scoring objective. So the scores are usually really close. I don't know if I like it more or less than... I think I like Wolfwalkers better. Coexist is a newer game. It's another one of those ones where like the animal art and everything got me. It's a set collection game if I remember correctly. But now since I'm not remembering it too well, it like, and I just played it recently. It's 6.4 by everybody else. I'm not logged in, so I don't know what my rankings are. Keeps this more honest. Open drafting, resource management mechanism. Releasing animals to the wild will earn you points. Okay, yeah. It was more complex than I thought. So your cards are dual use. One is if you release them, you get the resources. The other is the resources you need to release them. It was kind of weird. Like there was release, And then there was capture, and it felt like the words were backwards, so it caused confusion there alone. And then you have like ongoing abilities when you capture them. Again, very weird. You capture them to get the ongoing ability, and you release them to get the resources. It was an interesting game. It is very unique, is very interesting. I gave it above a 7, so that's why it's here. Do I like it more than Tir na Nog? I think I do. And the only reason I'm going to say that is I didn't back Tir na Nog. Like we played the game, and maybe because I just assumed Grand Gamers Guild might give us a copy, but I didn't even reach out to them to get a final copy. Like if I really like it, I'll reach out. Two rolling games, 2 dice rolling games. So roll to the top, very similar to On Tour, right? But again, another all-play game. I say similar. It's similar because it has dice in your writing. It's no more simpler than that. Roll to the top, what you're doing is you're rolling the dice, and you have to go from low to high, or no, high to low, right? You want your big numbers above. I forget. It's one or the other. You're trying to go low to high or high to low, and you have to line up your numbers to get all the way to the top. Neat little thing. Marvel Dice Throne, which is also now going to include Dice Throne Missions, because Dice Throne Missions counts as an expansion, is a Yahtzee style game. You're rolling dice, you do big combos, you beat people up, and Dice Throne Missions, or Marvel Dice Throne Missions, you're now doing it against bad guys in a co-op. Was that such a hard choice? Papillon, I can't say that in French. Where's Audrey when I need her? Is a tile placement game where you're trying to line up butterflies and flowers, and then you get to put your little butterfly on these little bushes to score points. Twinkle Twinkle is a tile laying game where you're trying to build patterns. They're nice little translucent tiles. Same thing, score points. I think for me, these are roughly the same. And see, this is where the culling comes in, right? Because when you have games that like, okay, well, both of them I'm putting down tiles, both of them I'm trying to score. I have to go with recency bias, and that's Twinkle Twinkle. Star Wars Villainous, which is my least favorite Villainous, against Dynamine. I'm gonna have to remove Dynamine because the Kickstarter didn't fulfill, unfortunately. Well, it didn't fulfill. It didn't finish. It didn't fund. Chateau is a was it a roll and write? Was it a flip and write? It's a something and write where you're building a castle, your chateau, I guess a house, and based on where you put certain things, you unlock points. Cavern Tavern is a dice placement game in the 9 realms. Unfortunately, Final Frontier Games no more. So hopefully the 6th realm gets picked up by somebody, because I was really looking forward to that. But you're basically, it's a dice placement game to fulfill orders, which we really enjoyed. It's where we learned we enjoyed dice placement games. Emberleaf is a card dancing game. At least that's what the creator calls it. You're basically playing cards down in a tableau, and then you move them and do things. And your main objective is more of an area control game in the center map, where you're trying to build your towns and then put your people, different creatures that you have out. You have like owls and rabbits, and you unlock powers by doing that. Star Wars, the deck building game, is a deck building game. I compared it to Power Rangers, the deck building game, meets meets Star Realms. Holy cow. And the reason I compare to that is because you basically are doing the same thing as both of those games combined. And I didn't like it more than those other 2 games. like even combined the way it was. I think the other problem is it's versus only. I think another problem is the expansions don't necessarily combine. Like when I get things, I just want to slam it all together, and this doesn't do it. We're going to go with Emberleaf. Project Artemis versus Wayfarers. So we have dice versus dice. Project Artemis is, I mean, dice placement as a worker placement to get resources. Wayfarers is a dice placement for research. Is that Wayfarers? Is Wayfarers the research one? Wayfarers. We did get the expansions. I mean, I liked them enough to get all the expansions. We didn't get all the Garfield games. I like them to usually get the expansion, even if I haven't played them. They just have that pedigree now. Player with the most victory points. Game by mapping the land, water, and sky. Oh no, is this the one with the? This is the one with the cards on the bottom of the top, right? Yeah. Cards on the bottom of the top. You build out your tableau here, and then the dice allow you to activate certain things. Did like that one. Did like that one. Did I like it more than Artemis Project? I think I did. Rise Nobility, another in the, well, I guess, is it still the is the realm still, or actually it's the 10th realm. So there's the 9 realms, and then they were making the 10th realm. Rise Nobility is a dice placement game for resources. And you get the resources and turn them in to get points and so forth. Here to Slay is it's got a little take that in it, but it's a fun little game where you're trying to take out the monsters, and you either need to collect the heroes or collect so many monsters to win. I think I like that better. I don't like take that games, but that's a fun little game. Frozen Frontier and Redwood. We already talked about Frozen Frontier, worker placement in space. Yeah, building cities. Redwood, really like that one as well. Finally got our copy for doing the playthrough that we did. Both of them come in a way too big of a box. I got it right here. This thing will fit the Redwood Deluxe will fit inside of a Calyx, and so will the Frozen Frontier. They're both yay big. So if we do it by box size, they're equal. In Redwood, you are trying to line up your photographer in such a way that you can get a clear shot of the objective, and then you score points by being able to do that. So you can move your guy or face him, and then you take these little transparent shapes, and you have to be able to match the shape to catch your animal you're trying to take a picture of. I like that one. I liked them both. I do think I liked Redwood better. I think I like that puzzly aspect of it better. But again, I have to play, now that I have a final copy of Frozen Frontier, I gotta play that game. Skytier Horde. I think we talked about that. Lane Battler, right? You have a bunch of asymmetric factions. You mix them up, you fight. Very difficult game. I don't know if I've won. I think I said that earlier. Then again, I filmed 2 other videos today, and I could have said it on one of those videos. Merchant's Cove, great little asymmetric game. Every single faction feels different. Glad we got our copies. Glad we were able to get the last ones, because it is one of our favorite games. You're basically playing your little mini game to create goods and then sell the goods to the people. You can control what people come in. So by being able to control that, you can then make sure you make the right goods. Yeah, Merchant Cove is awesome. I mean, and between the two, just because I've had such struggle with Skytier, Merchant's Cove is definitely the winner there. Mall Peak, already talked about, little 1v1 game. Empires of the North is a tableau resource engine race. Whoever can get 20 points first wins by playing your certain cards. All the factions are asymmetric. We like asymmetry. Between these two, I think I liked Empires more. I want to get the Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is their solo game. See if I can try that. If I can get a copy cheap enough, play it on the channel. Rescuing Robin Hood, we talked about. That is a deck builder. Marvel Zombies is, well, Marvel Zombies. I don't need to talk about. Earth, again, tableau engine builder. ISS Vanguard, very big. I think was it my game of the year, or was it my number one game of all time a couple years ago? Haven't played it again. Want to play it again. Haven't pulled it out even to play solo recently, because I mean I kind of played it solo anyways. Only because I got to paint minis. I don't like playing games where the minis aren't painted. And since I've set up that Marvel United Megaverse thing, I'm going to be forced to paint minis, which is why I have a stream set up Saturday to just sit here and chat and paint minis. Whether you guys show up and chat with me or not, I'm going to be painting minis. But yeah, we're going to go with ISS Vanguard. Marvel Age of Heroes, we already talked about that. Versus Marvel Dagger. So Marvel Dagger was being compared as a Marvel Champions game. It is nothing like Marvel Champions. It is a pandemic game. It's through and through. The only thing I don't like about it is the lack of... It felt like you couldn't get enough done. So in solo, and again, I don't know if this changes in multiplayer or not, but in solo, I was controlling two characters. And I felt like the number of actions each one had didn't do enough. Now, in higher player counts, more things spawn to offset that. But like, I don't feel like I got enough done. The second problem is it took up the entire table. Like, it was a huge table hog. Huge table hog. I like X-Men better. Those two games I feel are equal for me, so I'm just gonna say I like X-Men better. Exit we already talked about. We're gonna go Dagger there. Peacemakers versus My Little Pony. So I'm going to be biased here for two reasons. I'm going to be biased due to Lucita. She loves her ponies. She loves her unicorns. Two, it's a very good game. So My Little Pony deck building game isn't like I don't know if I've played any other deck building game like it. It's very unique in the fact that you're building your deck not to necessarily buy more things, not necessarily to attack or do anything like that. You have these objectives they call hurdles that you need to overcome. But you also have this mini board out of cards, which are your locations you go to complete certain things. It is just very unique. I played 2 games of it back to back, or did I play 2 games and then I came back and played a third game? I played a lot of games of it. I enjoy it because I was trying out the different expansions. Issues of Gloucester is, again, the tile placement race game. Isle of Cats is the tile placement pattern game. I just don't remember enough about Jungle Tribe anymore. I played it years ago with my sister and her kids. I think I like Fisheries better. Regicide or Jungle Tribe? I played Regicide. I get what it is. I either played it wrong, which is highly possible. We're talking about me here. But it seemed too easy. Like, it just seemed too easy. I was looking at the Regicide Legacy. I wanted to get it, but I'm not going to pay $100. I'll go with the Regicide. Save the World or Mythic Mischief. So we talked about Save the World. Mythic Mischief is another asymmetric, abstract strategy type game where you're trying to get your other students caught, and you're playing as different things like vampires and trolls and whatnot. Really liked it. We got the expansions. I need to paint the expansions so we can play the expansions. There is a solo mode, so I could get them painted and play the solo mode. I think I'm going with Mythic Mischief. Libertalia, which I had a time remembering, versus Draft and Write Records, where you're trying to build a band. The problem here is, like I said, I think some of the restrictions around the randomness of the cards. But I still like it better than Mouth Cheese Cucumber. Fort is a little deck building game where you're trying to build the best fort. Cards you don't take, your opponent can take. Mariposas, you're trying to save the butterflies. With Mariposas. Riverside is a roll and write. Nice little roll and write. Bullet. So Bullet is another one like we talked about with Vengeance, roll and fight, where it's simultaneous and it's fast paced. You're supposed to be on a timer, and you're basically sending bullets to the other person to mess them up. There is a boss mode, which is really the only mode we play because Audrey gets too anxious when she has to do things quickly, so that doesn't work for her. The boss mode I do feel like they're pretty hard. I liked it enough to back the last campaign to get the big box and everything, which is kind of shocking because I've currently condensed everything bullet down into the original box. And that's with 2 sets of everything in the box because, you know, I've gotten all of the base sets. So I think with that alone, I'll do bullet. I mean, I backed the Kickstarter, so I must have liked it. My Little Scythe, The Race to the Raft. We were talking about My Little Scythe. Race to the Raft is a kind of a puzzle. You're trying to get the cats off before the fire consumes the land, and you have to place tiles in a certain way to get them to be able to move. And then there's a particular objective for each one. Well, we liked Race for the Raft. Did I like it better than the My Little Scythe? I don't think I did. Did I like it better than Pies? I think I did. Point Salad versus Mountain Goats. Point Salad is, well, Point Salad. Mountain Goats, and there's a Mountain Goats Legacy coming out, and definitely going to back it because I like Mountain Goats. Mountain Goats, you're basically trying to be the first goat up the mountain. Very small game, easy to take to anywhere, really. Did I like it better than Point Salad? I like Point Salad. I think I did. Carcassonne versus Casting Shadows. So Casting Shadows is a... Is this the area battler? I think it is. I've gotten most of their games just because their art draws me in. A lot of times the gameplay is like ho-hum. Yeah, turn-based competitive battle game. Yeah, so you're on a map. Yeah, you're on the map and you're battling each other, and then you have abilities based on what cards you collect. I'm gonna have to go Carcassonne. Casting Shadows versus Oddlands. Oddlands. No. All right, so earlier Sea of Legends got removed because I had to delete something with it. So Sea of Legends is an adventure digital game where you're a pirate living the world of pirate battling this stuff in. I've got everything for it. You can play it semi-competitive, but we kind of just play it co-op for the most part. We don't worry about the other person and attack them. Scooby-Doo, which we talked about. The Hunger is a deck building game by Mr. Garfield. It's unique because it's kind of a race, but at the same time, I think that's kind of its limitation. The risk versus reward of going all the way and getting the rose and then coming all the way back, I don't think works. But is it still better than Scooby-Doo? No, I like Scooby-Doo better. Hunger versus Holotype. I liked Holotype. I mean, it was a good little worker placement, but I think I liked Hunger better. Wolfwalkers, which you talked about earlier, really like that as a tableau builder, point salad type game where you're putting a card to make your other cards do things. I compared it earlier to, what was I comparing it to? Another game. And then you got Lure. Lure is a neat little roll your dice, try to catch fish game. There's a lot of, not to say take that, but there's a lot of back and forth. Because if you don't have enough to actually catch some of the fish, you have to try to catch it on your next turn. And if you don't, the other people can catch it. Wolfwalker. I think Duke. All United versus Dice Masters. Dice Masters, I think there's just better dice games. I see what this was trying to do. It was trying to also compete with CCGs and TCGs, which I think was probably its downfall. If you want a full experience in a consolidated space, Quarriors is what it's based off of. But I really didn't enjoy it that much. I don't know why I gave it a 7. I didn't enjoy it that much. Yeah. I probably should have just removed it there. I didn't know. I wanted to click the Marvel United button again. Funfair versus Pandemic Legacy. Pandemic Legacy is, well, Pandemic Legacy. You're trying to stop things from happening. versus Funfair. Mm. Oh, that's a rough one. See, because now if I think of it as Pandemic Legacy, I like the experience of Pandemic Legacy. Gameplay, I think I liked Funfair better. So do I go by experience or by gameplay? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I think I'll have to go with experience then. I think's better. Everdell, the game that keeps on giving, right? Because I have not gotten any of the other Everdells. I haven't. I know people have said that they've improved and streamlined, but I've got everything Everdell. And if I want to improve and streamline, I have the expansions which improve and streamline. But basically, yeah, Tableau Builder, build buildings, place out your people to match to get the most points. Cascadia, place tiles, place your animal, try to get the most points to win. We really did enjoy Cascadia. So we're just talking about Pandemic. And I said I was going to see if what I keep, Pandemic or Legacy, but the Clone Wars is basically Pandemic or Cascadia. If I were to say, okay, do you want to play a Pandemic game or do you want to play a tile placement scoring game? I'd want to play the tile placement scoring game. Welcome to Flipping Right versus Valor and Villainy. So I like the game. I like what it was and what it was trying to do. We did not play it in any way, shape, or form optimally because it's a 1 versus many game. So basically, one of us, I think I was controlling the bad guy and a character, and Audrey was controlling a character. I liked it. I'd have to play it again. I know I like Welcome to. Ooh. I like Duno Ultimate. Destinies are coffee traders. We did Destinies. Coffee Traders is a worker placement making coffee game. Shared, it's actually unique because it's got shared resource building and gathering. Oh, hang on, Bella wanted to do a pretzel. I ate a pretzel and didn't give her one. There you go. Where like you can put people in the same area as they do, and then you can react off each other. It's a heavy game, but even as heavy as it was, me and Audrey enjoyed it. I think we've played it more than once. Destinies, I like the story aspect, but it is limited to what is made. I think I'm going to go Coffee Traders. I think I would do that. Thought I was going to go Destinies. Marvel Strike Teams, Remix. I'd rather play Remix. Strike Teams are Distilled. I think I'd rather play Distilled. Marvel Champions. So, have we talked about Champions? I don't think we have. I think this is the first time Champions has popped up. So, Champions, right? LCG. Pick a hero, pick a baddie, throw some modulars together, attack. People love it. I love it. I like it. Don't know if I love it. I like it a lot. Audrey could do without it, which is good that I've started playing it solo. My Father's Work is a worker placement resource game where you're trying to complete your father's work. Whether you do certain things at a certain time will impact the board state from year to year. So it's kind of like a generational game. Used an app, enjoyed it. I don't know if I enjoyed it as much. I like it a lot. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as Marvel Champions solo. Pokemon, I said I should have removed this earlier because I just don't play Pokemon anymore. Maybe when Lucita, if she wants to play Pokemon, maybe it'll change. Which is kind of shocking because his channel started as Pokemon. But now I've played other games and it kind of... I don't have a reason to play Pokemon. I won't go pick up a pack of Pokemon cards. Star Realms, we talked about, deck builder game. Disney Haunted Mansion. I don't know how to describe that game. You're basically going around the board and you're shifting rooms and there was an objective of some sort. I think this is on there because Audrey liked it more than I did, and I forgot to remove it earlier, so we're going to remove it now. All right, Trekking the World or Marvel Villainous. So Marvel Villainous is actually my favorite version of Villainous. Other people disagree with that. And you can disagree with things. Everybody's got their own mind. But I like it better because you have the shared fate deck. So it's more thematic that way. You interact with the other players' boards more with a lot of them. And then you also have those kind of like missions that both people can try to accomplish. And then whoever gets it done gets like a bonus, right? So I definitely like this better than Disney and Star Wars. Like I said, Star Wars is my least favorite. Over the Trekking the World. So now the only problem with Villainous is it feels like it goes on too long. I like it, but I feel like it goes on too long. We haven't sold anything. We still have everything. I think Audrey might like it a little bit more than I do, but she says the same thing. It just goes on too long because it just seems like it's back and forth, back and forth. Might be the way we play. Might be the game, because I've said this in BGG and people seem to disagree, but I'm like, I have other people that every so often on Reddit or on BGG will kind of say, it's taking us 45 minutes just to play a game. It's taking us an hour and a half. We'll go Trekking the World just because of that length thing. Versus Dog Park. I think it does beat Dog Park. Santorini versus River Valley. Audrey likes Santorini way more than me. I think I like River Valley better. Now, maybe the new Santorini Sphinx expansion, and then I'll be in the same boat that I am with Dice Throne, where I have to incorporate that as one score. Treasures, I'll go with Santorini. Apuras. Clank versus Moon Bunny. I don't know if I mentioned Moon Bunny. So Moon Bunny is it's a neat little game. The abstract strategy, you're trying to go around, collect resources to fulfill recipes. I got it because of the bunny more than anything. And Audrey likes bunnies. Brew, we talked about, right? Brewing potions. Now, both of these are recipe games. Which one did I enjoy making the recipes more on? I think Brew. I like rolling dice, even if I don't get what I want. So Tiny Epic versus Into the Hall of Mountain King. Into the Hall of Mountain King was one of the first tile games we have where you're basically trying to build a path to collect the treasures, if I remember correctly. Versus Tiny Epic Pick Up and Deliver. I think I like the Pick Up and Deliver better. I feel sad I'm not going to pick Micro Ecrotechs and they're down on their crowdfunding, and I'm even back in the expansion, but I do think I like Mountain King better. Pinball versus Waddle. So Waddle is an area majority type game. You basically are going from zone to zone, and you can place a certain number of penguins, and then if you have the majority, then you score the points, and then there's like areas with like fish where you score bonus points for having the most surrounding the lake. But I'm going to go super skill pinball. Sobek versus Waddle. I like Sobek better than Waddle. Call Adventure or On Tour. I really like On Tour. Castles versus Call. Well, that's right. I can do left and right, can't I? I'm clicking. I can do left and right. Leviathan Wilds. Search versus Wingspan. Okay, we haven't done Wingspan yet. So Wingspan, what do you consider that? Engine, I guess an engine building game, right? You're trying to fire off your engine. We've only played it digitally. I've got it on the Xbox. I actually think I would like Lost Species better. Versus Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls better. Disney Villainous. So just like the other Villainouses, right? You've got an objective you're trying to complete and trying to mess with the other people. Versus Tether. Tether is a very unique two-player game where you're trying to play cards, and your card is the opposite of the person's card on the other side, right? So the way you look at them is different. Hey, Pickle. Oh, it's Pickle Buckeye now. Pickle. You missed the first, I don't know, whatever this bar worth of games are, but now I think we're getting to where we're not seeing as many unique ones, so I'm going faster. But yeah, I really like Tether. If I was going to play a two-player game, I'd rather play Tether than Villains. Unsettled versus Looney Tunes Mayhem. Unsettled we talked about, right? It's a survival planet game, limited resources. Maybe we didn't talk about Unsettled. Limited resources. Mayhem is just like a little battler where they have like unique abilities. It's fun. It's a fun little battler. I'd say like between this and Dark Shadows or whatever. The do you want another pretzel? Bella wants another pretzel. Good. Between that and the other one, I think I like the Mayhem better. But between these two, Unsettled. Between these two, Viticulture. All right. Here. Good. It's still the same name, just YouTube being goofy. Doing good. It's hard, man. It's hard with a 2-year-old. She's smart though. Like, so I got her Candyland and I got her Chutes and Ladders. We're going to see how well she does on those. She loves dice already. She comes in here and I got big tray of dice and she knows it's in here and she wants to take it and she counts the pips and the dice. Way too smart to be a 2-year-old. But yeah, it's just hard to play games. I did my, you missed earlier, and I don't know whether you rewatched the beginning of this, but I did my new to me game so I could do that video and get that video out for next week. And I didn't realize we had played like 68 games. Some were duplicates, but 56 were new to me. I was amazed I had played that many games this year. Most of them have been in the last couple months because I leave it set up in here. So when she puts the baby to bed, then I try to knock something out. Kids are finally aged to enjoy some real games. Yeah. This is going to be controversial. It always has been every time we say it. But Wonderland's War is a area control game. We played it at 2 players. We did not care for it. Like everybody else was ranting and raving. This is a 9. This is a 10. This is the best game ever. I don't even know if I gave it a 7 then. We replayed it with my family. It was a little better, and I gave it a 7. I did back this Kickstarter. I don't know why, to get the new character, because I'm a completionist more than anything. Worst case, I get it, I paint it, and now I have everything and it's easier to sell. But I also got the duel. So I'm hoping the duel, but it also has a solo mode. So I figured I'd try the solo mode on the channel. Between the two, of course, Tiny Epic's going to win. Between these two, I think Splender's going to win. Like I said, I just have not had a good experience with Wonderland's War yet. Do you like Ted-un? Ted-un. What is Ted-un? Oh, Tiny Epic Dungeons. Ah. Yeah, I got the Adventures. I got the Adventures order, so when that comes in. Raiders versus Jabba's Palace. We haven't talked about the Jabba's Palace love letter game. Take one, give one. I mean, it's not like Fantasy Realms, but it's an easy game to teach people. Still going to go the Raiders. Canvas versus Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle. Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle is a deck building game. You could substitute this with Avatar or Toy Story. I do want to get the Toy Story one. You're basically going through a couple battles to get to the end. It's nice because it feels like a legacy game. It's not a legacy game, but it feels like a legacy game because you get to unlock things as you go. I don't know how it'd be once you get to the very end, though. Like, once you've unlocked everything, does it really feel like a playable game, or does it feel the samey after that? Even with the expansions, right? I got both expansions. I think Harry Potter's going to win. Azul versus Habitats. So Azul, we talked about. Habitats, you're trying to build a habitat? I think it's a tile placement. That's not looking good for Habitats if I can't remember what it does. Habitat. So All Play redid this, right? I think is what it was. Right? All Play redid this. It's the only reason I could have it if it's a 2016 game. Yeah, I don't remember this. We played it. That doesn't bode well for you, Habitats. Oh, now I remember. Okay, the little Jeep. It took the Jeep to remind me. Okay, so yeah, you go around, you pick up the habitats, and you're building out your tile tableau in front of you. No, I did like this one. I just had to look at the new version. Looking at an old version doesn't help me because I don't own the new version. Okay, back to Pub Meeple. Oh, but did I like it better than Azul? Like I said, Azul was an experience because my family enjoyed it. Habitats, it's just another place the tiles, score the points based on what has the most. Like I have so many of these now. Going through this is making me realize I could call 90% of these because I mean, you're doing the same thing. You're putting something down. You have a scoring objective and you're trying to put them in a left and right to make them score a lot of points. I'm going to go with Azul versus 20 strong. Oh. Pickle, you missed this one. You missed this earlier. I haven't had good luck with 20 strong. I don't know if I don't think it's winning the vote right now. Oh no, I didn't put 20 strong up to play. I might put that up in a poll next. 20 strong wins. Comic Hunters versus Tree Lined Comic Hunters. Versus Suro Tree Lined. Ew. I don't really care if either one of these win. I'll go with Unlocked. Meeple Land minus oh, hey, we have another one. So Theme Park versus Theme Park. Meeple Land tile placement. You're still trying to make a path. Dinosaur World, you're trying to make the most exciting path. I really like Dinosaur World. A lot of people didn't because I guess they felt it was too big, overblown Kickstarter. Versus Dinosaur Island, which they did a reprint. I didn't pick up Dinosaur Island because I have Dinosaur World. I think we got rid of Meeple Land, so I'm going to go with Dinosaur World. Ruins versus Solar Storm. So again, Ruins was not a shocker, a good hit. It was unique and good. Solar Storm I played, and it made me decide to call another game because I liked it better. What it was doing. You always want to say pandemic style, but you're basically just trying to put out fires across your spaceship before you run out of cards in your deck. If I had to play one right now, I'd want to play Ruins. Mercurial versus Solar Storm. I don't remember enough about Mercurial. Sorry, Mercurial. So we're going to go Solar Storm. Versus Digimon. I think I'm going to remove Digimon because we played it for the channel and nothing more. I liked it, but I'm never going to play it again. Like, even if they came out with a deck tomorrow, I wouldn't go play it. Aftermath versus 9 Lives. Aftermath. 9 Lives versus Dulce. We liked Dulce, but we didn't love it. 9 Lives. Night Parade. Squad for Hire versus Margraves. So Margraves was the one where it was the area control one, right? I think it is the area control one. Yeah, area movement. What did you have to do? Yeah, okay, yeah, you had to move them from section to section, and then you had these guys you had to defeat. It wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. Did I like it more than Squire for Hire? Because we like Squire for Hire. It's a nice little compact game. I don't know. I could flip a coin here. I really could. Let's go for Squire. Margrave versus Age of Comics. Age of Comics. Vengeance Roll and Fight, which I have a love-hate relationship, versus Whirling Witchcraft, which is a very unique game because you have to pass your resources. I think I enjoyed it more. I mean, Vengeance is just because it's so hard. I mean, I have nothing against a hard game, but... Through Ice and Snow is a survival game. Across the Northwest Passage. Again, I think good for solo. Transformers, I've only played solo, so it's a good comparison here. I like deck building games. I like Transformers. I really did like the experience I had with Through Ice and Snow, though. Transformers versus Expeditions. I think I like the experience I had with Expeditions better. Legendary versus Insurrection. We already talked about Insurrection. I don't think there's enough mitigation And it was actually kind of easy, and I think that a lot of people complain about that. It's pretty easy. So we know Legendary is going to win. Lord of the Rings versus Mutant Insurrection. So I complained about Lord of the Rings earlier. I think the only problem with Lord of the Rings is it's hard. You have to know how to deck build, or you need to have optimized decks. Maybe, maybe not. And I didn't have the thematic tie that I do with Marvel games. But Mutant Insurrection, I don't think right now I'd want to keep. I think I'm going to go with Lord of the Rings. Townsfolk Tussle versus Trekking Through History. Trekking Through History, it's not like the other trekking games. I don't like it as much as the other trekking games, and I do like Townsfolk Tussle. Basically, you're just trying to put things in a numerical order based on a timeline. G.I. Joe deck building. Yeah, Townsfolk Tussle is great too. Yeah, we got it. We lucked out, and the publisher gave us a copy to do a review on, and then they gave us the expansion to do, and then we backed the full game ourselves. G.I. Joe is definitely going to win over Trekking. Hall versus Factory Funner. So Factory Funner is another little puzzle game. You're trying to do tile placement to build out your factory. It's a nice little thinky puzzle game, but like we talked about Tiwanaku earlier, I like that puzzle better than Factory Funner as a puzzle. Odd Serengeti versus Factory Funner. I don't know. Really don't know. They're really different in what they do, and I don't have a favorable opinion of either one of them. We'll go with the Pretty Kitty Cat. Astro Knights versus Stranger Things. We haven't talked about Stranger Things. Stranger Things is, again, I'm going to say this like 500 times. Pandemic needs to sponsor this video. It's a Pandemic style game. It is very hard. We have never won. I had my sister come over. She played it. She enjoyed it enough to play it with me. They were thinking about wanting to play it again. We didn't get a chance, but it's very hard. Before before somebody dies, I think that's the biggest thing, is like you're constantly getting hit, so you constantly need to heal. And if you read on BGG, people just have a hard time beating, if they've beaten it at all. If they're even playing the rules right, that's half the problem. So yeah, and I think that's a disservice to this game. Very similar to, I think it was Sidekicks, Disney Sidekicks, which we haven't played, where Eric Lang overshot his audience. I think they did the same thing with Stranger Things. They overshot the audience. It should have been more on the level of Pandemic because of the IP. So yeah, we're going to go with Astro. All that same. We're going after. Well, between that and Through the Desert, though, I did like Stranger Things better. All right, so keep the heroes out. I think we talked about, right? You get to be the Dungeon Master. Zoo King is a set collection game. Very nice, cool little set collection game. But I'm going to have to go with keep the heroes out. Zoo King versus Skulls. I'm going to go with Skulls. Explorers versus Starcadia Quest. So we have never played Starcadia Quest correctly. We play it in the co-op variant homebrew mode. That is based off of the Arcadia Quest co-op rules. Between it and Explorers, I think I do like it better than Explorers, even the way we play it. Tidal Blades versus Flamecraft. Flamecraft is another one of those. It's not a worker placement, it's a dragon placement game. You're trying to place your dragon to get resources and use those resources to complete contracts, more or less, craft your stuff. Tidal Blades is a little boss battler. I like them both. This one's a tough one because I do like them both. Go Flamecraft. If I made the wrong decision, too late. Patchwork versus Tranquility. Tranquility is a nice little puzzle. I like Tranquility. You're basically just trying to build a path up a mountain. And then the Descent was just recently on crowdfunding, so the Pledge Manager should be open for that. Radlands versus the Gig. I think I like the Gig better. Oh, Kenfire. You do me so wrong, Kenfire. Versus Radlands. I'm going to go Kenfire, even though I don't like it. Tomonaku versus Trails. Trails, it's a nice little game. Radlands are so good though. Yeah, but I think Pickle, I mentioned this before you came on again. When it comes down to like a 2-player game, it's based on Audrey's enjoyment, and she's not enjoying it as much, so my enjoyment kind of goes down. I've said this in past scorings, right, as well. Whereas at least Kenfire I can play by myself, even though I currently don't like it, which is, but I chose it anyways. We're gonna go with Tomonaku. Tomonaku definitely wins against Trails. Land versus Sea definitely wins against Trails. Tussie Mussie versus Ticket to Ride. I've only played Ticket to Ride digital. It's an interesting game, right? You're playing cards to build your railroad so you can finish your contracts. I don't know. We've got a physical game. I think I just need to play it physical with like my sister and stuff, because again they want like basic games. So we'll go with Tussie Mussie. Solo mode for Radlands. Oh, so a variant. All right, I'll check it out. Didn't know that. Shipwrights. And unfortunately, it's the old version versus Ticket to Ride. Even the old version of Shipwrights, I think I like better than Ticket to Ride. Coexist versus Sprawlopolis. So Sprawlopolis is a fun puzzle of figuring out how to maximize your score. Coexist. I think I'll go Sprawlopolis. Some of these are just hard because like I don't think they would be in my top in my top 50. So it's like, but I still got to rank them. So that I can reduce their score below a 7 so I don't have to rank them anymore. What I should have did was I should have set it to 8 and see how many games show up in 8. But then I know there's probably some of my favorites that I've got as a 7. So they're probably need to be bumped up. So Twinkle Twinkle versus Marvel Dice Throne, Marvel Dice Throne. Twinkle Twinkle versus Roll to the Top. We liked Roll to the Top. We played it a couple times. Twinkle Twinkle we only played once. We didn't feel the need to play again. But again, Audrey was tired. Baby will do that to you. Roll to the Top, though, we played since Baby, so same tiredness exists. I think Roll to the Top. Star Wars Villains versus Familiar Tales. We haven't talked about Familiar Tales, but basically Aftermath with a digital app and some deck building. Versus Star Wars Villainous, which is my least favorite Villainous. So we'll go with Familiar Tales. Cavern Tavern we talked about versus Delicious. Delicious is a fun game. It's Flippin' Right. It's Flippin' Right, where you're trying to fill up your vegetable garden to score points. I think I like it better than Cavern Tavern. Ember Leaf versus Smash Up. And go back Smash Up. Smash Up. Take 2 decks, smash them together. Try to do, I don't want to say area control, right? You're just trying to break the base and score points because you have the most people there. Versus Emberleaf. I think I liked Emberleaf better. And both of them are kind of area control. So Star Wars deck building game. Like I said, I just feel like it's a derivative of Star Realms and Power Rangers. And I liked it less than Star Realms and Power Rangers. If it wasn't for the IP, I honestly don't think people would like it as much personally. Go Smash Up. Here to Slay versus Wayfarers. Wayfarers. Here to Slay versus Artemis. Here to Slay. Artemis versus Rise to Nobility. Artemis. Both dice placements. So. Merchant's Cove versus Redwood. Merchant's Cove. Redwood versus Sky Tier. Me and Sky Tier are not getting along right now. You guys want me to play it this weekend. I think I'm going to go Sky Tier. Redwood versus Sleeping God. The problem here is, now I look, okay, what game do I want to play? I want to play Redwood, because I just played a full Sleeping Gods, and I wasn't happy with my playthrough. I was fine with it. I wasn't happy with it. It's a good game. I haven't seen all there is to see, but I've seen enough. And I like Redwood. But do I like Redwood because of the gimmick? Do I like Redwood because of the gimmick? I think Redwood's the gimmick. Go Sleeping Gods. Marvel Zombies versus Empires. Zombies win. Empires versus Robin Hood. Empires win. Mall Peak versus Robin Hood. Mall Peak wins. Project L versus Robin. I need to play Robin Hood again. Project L wins. Marvel Age of Heroes versus ISS. ISS. Marvel Age of Heroes versus Earth. Earth. Versus Rolling Realms. Marvel. Versus Dagger and Rolling Realms. I need to play more Rolling Realms. I have all. So right before I wasn't able to create content, Jamie did send us a review copy of the Redux. So I've got, and then I bought like all the other realms, like literally to have them all. It's a completion thing. Because what I was going to do was actually open it and show all the realms in the unboxing video. I think I'm missing 2 realms because Potion Explosion, I don't think is at a reprint. And then I think he's had 3 or 4 of his newer games. We're going to go with, Dagger. I think we're going to go with Dagger. Rolling Realms. Isle of Cats versus My Little Pony. Ooh, this is a tough one. My 2-year-old is going to convince me for My Little Pony. Isle of Cats. Fisheries versus Peacemakers. Peacemakers. Because both are 2-player games. Versus Escape. Fisheries. Versus Regicide. I actually think I liked Escape better than Regicide. Libertalia versus Mythic. Mythic. Libertalia versus Save the World. Save the World. Libertalia versus Planet Unknown. Planet Unknown. Wow, Libertalia got it beat on that one. Bullet versus Mariposa. Oh. My daughter was a butterfly for Halloween. Mariposas. She was also Spider-Gwen, so she was just the entire insect family for Halloween this year. Bullet versus Fort. I need to play more Bullet. I need to bring it, since I'm going to be playing things solo. I think Bullet's one that I'll bring back because I'm going to do the boss battle. So I'm going to say Fort. Mountain Goats versus My Little Scythe. My Little Scythe. Race to Wrath versus Mountain Goats. Mountain Goats. Point Salad versus Race to Wrath. Point Salad. Shamans versus Race to Wrath. So I gave Shamans away only because it needed more players than we normally had, right? Because it's a trick-taking game and it's hidden role. Did I like it better than Race to the Raft? No, I think I did like Race to the Raft better. I think I like figuring that puzzle out better. Pies versus Shaman. So both card typey games. I'm gonna say both. They're not both trick-taking. One is a set collection, the other is trick-taking. That unique element of Shamans is unique. I think I'll go with that. Sea of Legends versus Carcassonne. Sea of Legends. Disney versus Carcassonne. Disney. Kabuto Sumo versus Carcassonne. Carcassonne. Kabuto versus Oddland. Kabuto. Yeah, we're finally getting to the point where I can just go left and right. Wolfwalkers. I really like Wolfwalkers. The more I think about them, I like Wolfwalkers. Scooby-Doo versus Duke and Danger. Scooby-Doo. Duke and Danger versus Hunger. Hunger. I think Duke and Danger's in here because of oddity. Because I don't think I really have said it's better than most things. Versus Holotype. Holotype. I probably should have just removed it there. Pandemic versus Marvel. Marvel. Pandemic versus Power Rangers. Pandemic. Power Rangers versus Funfair. Funfair. My problem with Power Rangers is its versus. It really is. There is a solo mode, but I don't even think, I don't even know if they have the big box. Does Renegade even have the box anymore? Because Renegade, they've kind of stopped all of those IPs. Because now they're focusing on the Hasbro reskin games, which kind of annoys me. They're just reskinning everything because it's easier than making their own. Power Rangers deck. Looting game. Oh, are you gonna search? That's it? I don't know why I'm doing this, guys. I should be. Oh man. I don't know. I think last time I looked. Oh, here it is. There it is, storage box. $30. So when it was on during Black Friday when they had things on sale, I couldn't find this thing. Otherwise, I probably would have picked it up. $30. I don't want to spend $30. But this has the solo mode. Yeah, see, one. They even bolded the one for the solo mode. You can get the rules here, but I think there's cards. Yeah, there's 10 cards you need. So I don't know. I haven't downloaded the rules. Yeah, let's go down. Do you have the cards? Oh, it says solo card rule sheet. Can I print the rules? The solo cards? No, this is just a rule sheet. Ah. It said cards. I was hoping it was going to give us the cards. Of course they're not going to give you the cards. I think they should sell that just as a standalone thing. Versus Cities of Venus. We'll go Power Rangers on that. I don't think I liked Cities of Venus. Versus Dice Masters, I do think I liked it better than Dice Masters. Everdell. Cascadia. Welcome to Uno. Clone Wars. Ooh. Again, remix is counting as all fantasy realm, so I'm going to say fantasy realm. Distilled versus Coffee Traders. Coffee Traders. Distilled versus Destinies. Destinies. Tiny Epic Zombies versus Distilled. Distilled. Tiny Epic Zombies versus Strike Force. Zombies. This is an easy one. Champions. Oh, this is a harder one. Star Realms as a co-op. Star Realms. Star Realms is anything else. My Father's Work. So we're going to do it as a whole, right? We're going to do the whole picture. So we're doing it as a whole picture. I think My Father's Work's going to win. River Valley versus Trekking the World. Both are entry-weight games. I've introduced both to different members of my family. Everybody enjoyed both. I enjoyed both. I think I like the set collection in Trekking better. Villainous versus River, and it's Marvel Villainous. Dog Park versus River. Santorini versus Dog Park. Why am I drawing a blank on Dog Park now? Like, the objective was to make the happiest dog. Right? Santorini. Because like I said, I like Santorini. Audrey loves Santorini. Do I like Dog Park better? Can I see a game in action? So remember, you're trying to collect resources. It's moving along here. All right, yeah, you're collecting the dogs. So you get your best in breed, and to get the dogs, you needed certain resources, I believe. So yeah, it's a set collection point game, right? Yeah. Set collection point game, and then the dogs had scoring on them as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Had to remember. But again, as I said, I got tons of games that are set collection point games. Clank versus Pirates. Clank. That's all Clank, including Catacombs. Pirates versus Brew. Pirates. Brew versus Mountain King. Mountain King. Brew versus Architects. I gotta play Architects more. Brew. When the expansion comes out, I'll play it again. Bunny versus Architects. These are about equal. I'll go Architects. On Tour versus Pinball. Ooh. Rollin' Right versus Rollin' Right. Both of them are very different. On Tour versus Pinball. Recency bias just because I played Christmas Story pinball the other day. One Tour versus Sobek, One Tour. Sobek versus Call to Adventure, Call to Adventure. Leviathan Wilds versus Sobek, Leviathan Wilds. Between Two Castles and Sobek, Sobek. Between Two Castles and Waddle, Between Two Castles. Tether and Lost Species, Lost Species. Tether and Elder Scrolls. Again. Oh, have we talked about my hate of Elder Scrolls? No, I think this can't be the first time Elder Scrolls came up. Is this the first time? Landiston, you still here? Is this the first time we've seen Elder Scrolls? It can't be. Either way, I have a love-hate with Elder Scrolls right now. So again, if you guys want to see me cuss a little bit, vote on that next time. No, we didn't? Okay. So my love-hate with Elder Scrolls, it's two things, right? Hating. It's two things. One is when at the very beginning, it just feels like you have no way to do anything. And even later, to some degree, like your mitigation is very minimal. The second is it feels like the entire thing is a race. And at the beginning of the game, you're losing that race, right? Because of the round tracker. So you want a full rant about it, it's in my video next week. Either way, it is a good game. So Elder Scrolls. And I did back the new Kickstarter. Wingspan versus Tether. I'm going to go Tether. Disney Villains versus Wingspan. I would rather play Wingspan. Tiny Epic Dungeons versus Unsettled. Tiny Epic Dungeons versus Viticulture. What do you want, Beanies? Want another pretzel? Pretzel. This is a hard one. We did like Viticulture. We played Viticulture World. I don't think I like Viticulture World. So if we're talking about expansions helping or hurting a score, that brought Viticulture World or Viticulture down. But if I get rid of the expansion, it'd bring it back up. Tiny Epic Dungeons expansions help it. Board game adaptations of open world games, too often timers, kill the enjoyment of video games, less stressful pace offer. Yeah, the 6 rounds, it's just like, it really is like, it's you got to get the entire thing done in 6. I'm like, how? Like there was one where it's like, there's no way I can kill all these people in 6 rounds. It's just not happening. And that was the objective, was you had to kill them all. Especially at the beginning, because like the first time I played, I didn't know about the stupid rule, make sure you're on an even 5, right? Otherwise you're making the game harder for yourself because you're spawning extra people, and the number on them really doesn't necessarily equate out to being an easier or harder guy. Oh, but back to this. We'll go with Dungeons. Splendor versus Viticulture. Splendor versus Mayhem. Splendor. Wonderland's War versus Mayhem. I'm holding out that Wonderland War is going to be good. Now, again, Mayhem may change over the years as Lucita gets older and she'll want to play them, because kids like the battle-y PvP type games and the take that-y games. Harry Potter versus Raiders. Harry Potter versus Java. Harry Potter. Canvas versus Love Letter. Comic Hunters versus Azul. 20 Strong versus Comic Hunters. 20 Strong. Habitats versus Comic Hunters. Habitat versus Treeline. 2 very similar games. I probably liked Habitats better. Ruins versus Dinosaur World. I don't know why, but I really like Ruins. I need to play Dinosaur World again. Solar Storm versus Dinosaur World. I like Solar Storm, and I really feel like it's I don't want to say it's a cleaner Pandemic, but I feel like it's a more streamlined and easier to table Pandemic. But I don't have any more. I mean, I do, but I'm not giving you any more. I don't know why. We still talk to her. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard elderly dogs. She's getting up there in years, but she lost her hearing a while ago. Sight, everything else is perfectly fine. We still talk to her. Mercurial versus Dinosaur. Mercurial versus Meeple Land. We got rid of Meeple Land. I don't know why it's still on here. I said we got rid of it. I should have got rid of it. Versus Mercurial. Ooh. I don't remember Mercurial. It's the problem. I remember Meeple Land. I have to go to Meeple Land just because I don't remember Mercurial. Fog versus Mercurial. Fog. Aftermath versus Sagrada. I like story games. Audrey likes pattern building. So Sagrada is more her. Aftermath is more me. Sagrada versus 9 Lives. Sagrada. Whirling Witchcraft versus Squire for Hire. Whirling Witchcraft. We didn't get a chance to play that for Halloween. Actually, we didn't get to play any Christmas games either. Vengeance versus Squire for Hire. Vengeance is hard. I have to play it on stream for you guys. I'll just have a hard week. I have all the games I played that were ticking me off. But again, that doesn't help me get through my shelves of shame. I got to take a video of those for you guys too, so you can be like, play these games. Do Vengeance. Do Squire. Comics. Margraves. I like Mindbug. I didn't love it. I probably should have a lower rating. Legendary versus Ice and Snow. I really did like Ice and Snow. Really did. I after I played the first scenario, I was tempted. Do I still? Yeah, I still have Champions of Horror. Yep. Yeah, I didn't get rid of any of those. They're still over there. They're still back there. Ice and Snow. I liked it. I was going to play a second scenario. But do I like it better than Legendary? Like right now, if I were to say, oh, let me bring a game to the table, I'm going to bring Legendary. It's a marble game. It's kind of the same reason why Champions is sitting right in front of me. Ice and Snow versus Lord of the Rings. I would actually bring Ice and Snow to the table before Lord of the Rings right now. Expeditions versus Lord of the Rings. I'd bring Expeditions. Transformers versus Lord of the Rings. I would only say, because I need to play both of them more, I want to play Transformers more. A HAL versus Town Post Household Townsfolk. HAL versus the G.I. Joe deck building game. I need to play more of the deck building game. I think I like the HAL puzzle better. G.I. Joe. Wild Serengeti. Factory Funner. Ooh. Keep the Heroes Out or Astronauts. So, from a deck building perspective, I like Astronauts better. From a complexity, they're both brutal, even on easy. From an aesthetics perspective, I like Keep the Heroes Out better. Why couldn't this be after this weekend? So I've already, I think Invincible was already high enough, so I went ahead and put that as one of the games this weekend for Saturday. So this could all change after that gameplay. I think I'm going to do Keep the Heroes Out. I could cheat and go look and see, because I played both of these this year. Keep the Heroes Out was higher than Astronaut, so I'm going to do Keep the Heroes Out. Skulls versus Astronaut. Skulls versus Astronaut. I like Skulls. It's such a light, approachable game. One Skulls. Zoo King versus Astronaut. Zoo King versus Stranger Things. Zoo King. Flamecraft versus Starcadia. Right now, I would pull Flamecraft out. Tidal Blades versus Starcadia. I'd bring Tidal Blades out. And this is only because Starcadia, like I said, we're playing with a variant rule set. Evolution versus Starcadia. Evolution versus Explorers. What's bad is I got 2 evolutions and I've got the deluxe nature over here. Got to play those too. Versus Forges. The Gig versus Tranquility. The Gig. Kinfire versus Tranquility. Kinfire just, I did the 6th quest and I stopped. I really thought I was going to enjoy it enough and play it all the way through. I really did. And I got to a certain point and I'm like, things just aren't working for me. Let's go Tranquility. Versus Patchwork, I'll give it over Patchwork. Radlands versus Patchwork, Radlands. Harrow County versus Patchwork, Patchwork. Harrow County versus Almanac, Almanac. Tussie Mussy versus Tuanaku, Tuanaku. Tussie Mussy versus Land vs. Sea, Land vs. Sea. Tussie Mussy versus Trails, Tussie. Trails versus Shipwrights. Again, this is the original version. I think Trails. Dice Throne. Journey to Top Sprawlopus. We just played so much Roll to the Top and we enjoyed it. Twinkle Twinkle versus Sprawlopus. And they're kind of the same. It's kind of like a pattern thing. Twinkle Twinkle. Papillon versus Sprawlopus, Sprawlopus. Papillon versus Coexist. Papillon. Delicious versus Familiar Tales, Familiar Tales. Deck building, app-based story game, definitely winner. Got to bring that one back to the table too. I think we did the tutorial and then we haven't played it again. Since I'm not getting as much new games, because I can't really afford buying all the new Kickstarters like I used to, probably will bring a lot of the older games and then I can just play them all the way through instead of stopping and going on to the next new game. Star Wars versus Delicious. Again, Star Wars is my least favorite, so Delicious. Star Wars versus Cavern Tavern. Versus Chateau. I'll give Villainous over the Chateau. Wayfarers versus Emberleaf. Wayfarers. Emberleaf. I like these about the same. Simplicity, Here to Slay. Strategy, Smash Up. They are coming out with a Here to Slay dungeon, so I'm really excited for that. For that alone, Here to Slay. Artemis versus Smash Up, Smash Up. Artemis versus Star Wars, Artemis. Rise to Nobility versus Star Wars. Rise to Nobility has some fiddliness. The expansion solves it, though. And I've just been bashing on the deck building game, so we're going Rise. Ooh. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want? I don't have nothing. I don't know. What do you want? I don't have any more. She knows I have more. She's like, I'm not buying it, Dad. You got more. I don't know which one to choose. Okay, back to not knowing what you like. I like Marvel Zombies. Zombicide, it's Marvel and Zombicide. And really this is all my Zombicides, right? But I still haven't played Black Plague, White Death, Green Horde, because again, I don't play with unpainted minis. And I haven't played Dead West, or no, not Dead West, Dead or Alive, Undead or Alive. Because same thing, don't play with unpainted minis. But we like Merchant's Cove. I say we like Merchant's Cove. And I think these have been like real close to each other in previous years. What? Should I flip a coin? Should I roll the D20? All right, yeah, I wouldn't roll the D. I can't make a decision. I'm going to roll the D20. Yeah, they're too different to compare, and I like them both equal. All right, so even, or no, odds, we'll do Zombicide. Even, we do Merchant's Cove. It's a 10, so even Merchant's Cove. Zombicide versus Sky Tier. Sky Tier just hasn't been nice to me, so we're gonna go zombies on that one. Sky Tier versus Empires. Liked Empires. I want to play the solo mode for that. I'll go Sky Tier. Imperial versus Sleeping Skies. Me and Sleeping Skies just did not get along. We're gonna go Empire. Mall Peak versus Skies. Mall Peak. Project L versus Skies. Skies. Project L versus Redwood. Project L versus Frozen Frontier. Frozen Frontier. Project L versus Saria. Project L. Saria versus Rescuing Robert. Saria. My Little Pony versus ISS Vanguard. Here we go. The Battle of Champions. Pony versus Space Aliens. I did like My Little Pony deck. I really do. But I really think I'm going to enjoy ISS Vanguard more. The little bit that I played. My Little Pony versus Earth. Lucita bias. Earth versus Isle of Cats. If I had to play one right now, what would I want to play? I would want to play Earth. Isle of Cats versus Age of Heroes. Did you back the new Red Raven campaign game? No. I've got too many campaign games as is. I need to. That's what I said. I said I'm going to have to do. So, I planned to do this video last time Audrey went down to Colombia, and I was home and didn't because I was lazy. But now I was more dedicated to get everything set up and going again. But I'm going to do probably 3. It's probably going to have to be 3 videos. So I've got 3 rooms in my house with games in them. I have this room, which has a lot in it. I have a bedroom, which has 2 Billy bookcases full. And then I have Audrey's old office, which is like a playroom, which has 2.5. No, they're only half filled. So it's 3 half Billy bookcases filled, and then a closet that I put some shelving in. So, and I'll just go over all the different games. But yeah, I've just got so many campaign games that right now when I see a campaign game, I'm like, I'm not going to ever get to play that. Let's go Age of Heroes. Isle of Cats versus Marvel Dagger. So me and Marvel Dagger weren't happy last week. Peacemakers versus Marvel Dagger. Marvel Dagger. Peacemakers versus Rolling Realm. Peacemaker. Rolling Realm versus Fisheries. Rolling Realms. Exit games. That's more of an Audrey thing. I think I'd rather play Fisheries. Oh, look. Escape Room versus Escape Room. Exit. Mariposas versus Mythic. Mariposas versus Save the World. Mariposas versus Planet Unknown. Libertalia. Draft and Right. Mariposas. Hey! Fort. Bullet. Mouse Cheese. It was an interesting game. After we played it, we gave it a 7 because it was an interesting game. But like I'm thinking about it now, I don't know that I would pull it out and play it again over what else is showing up. Island Alone. Again, it's a print and play. It's kind of a puzzle, and now that it's easier to table than say what's the one I've been raving about, and I can't even remember the name. My brain's going bald. But I've got other survival games that I'd rather pull out than a print and play. We'll go with the cat that time. Sea of Legends versus My Little Scythe. Sea of Legends. My Little Scythe versus Disney. My Little Scythe. Disney versus Goats. Disney versus Point Salad. Disney. Point Salad. Carcassonne. Bella, no more cookies. Kabuto Sumo versus Race for the Raft. I think I like the puzzle better. Shamans. Like, I like Kabuto Sumo, but I think the problem is it's just a fun little party game. It's a situational game. All right. Let me see if she wants some more food. I will be right back, guys. Let me put up the be right back. Okay, we are back. I went and put the pretzels up. She's very smart. Like, the same thing happens at dinner. Like, until we put the plates up, she still thinks she got food. All right, so we're back at pies or caboodle. And honestly, even pies is relative to, like, who's around, right? Who I'd play. So, like, if my mom was over, right, we'd play pies. My nieces and nephews are over, we'd play caboodle sumo. I'll do caboodle sumo. Pies versus Oddland. Oddland. Pies versus casting shadows. Pies. That's a no-brainer. That's a little harder. Wolfwalkers. Both of these are little co-op. Try to we'll go pandemic. Hey, Pickle. Yeah, thanks for coming out, man. Appreciate it. Happy New Year. I'll probably still be here when the New Year hits. I'm nowhere near finished. I have to pull out my aguardiente out of the refrigerator there and take a shot. Funfair. Scooby. Hunger. Ooh, holotype. Power. Duke. Lure. Ooh, here we go. Everdo. Remix has got the simplicity. Cascadia, they both have strategy. Let's go Cascadia. Remix. Again, Fantasy Realms. Coffee Traders. Destinies. Distilled. These shouldn't be that hard, right? Right, guys? These shouldn't be that. Why didn't she do that earlier when I walked over there? Now she wants out, guys. All right, welcome to. Gonna be right back again. All right. By the way, Florida doesn't know that it's Florida right now. It's really cold out there. All right, back where we. Marvel. Ooh. Uno Ultimate versus Zombies. Right now, the Uno stigma is stuck in my head. I think I didn't mind the game. Like it actually was a fun little game. Uno Ultimate. Jeez, that okay. Very similar, right? Trying to stop things. Go Star Wars. Again, we didn't play Valor right. I do have the dungeon crawl version that came out, which you can use all these pieces in it. So we'll definitely play that again. Strike team. So versus game and a versus game. Villainy. Champions. Father's work. Star Realms. Trekking. Villainous. River Valley. Dog Park. It's a two-player game. Would I rather play Santorini or Hidden Leaders? I think Hidden Leaders. Clank. Pirates. Pinball. One tour. Call to Adventure. Leviathan. Sobek. Mountain. Brew. Build a city or build a castle? Castle. City. Ooh, bunnies or penguins, guys? Bunnies or that's gonna be the next poll. Bunnies or penguins? Oh, I think actually I can do that. We got these new thingies in here. Start a poll. Bunnies. Penguins. Start poll. I don't know how this works. Bunnies versus penguins. All right. So one's, like I said, area control. One is like recipe fulfillment, right? Resource recipe. If I were to say right now, it'd probably be penguins. Unsettled versus lost species. Unsettled. Lost Species versus Tiny Epic. Lost Species. Elder Scrolls. Oh, here we go. Dungeon versus Dungeon. I like the complexity of Tiny Epic and the more fair. I like the game that is trying to be Elder Scrolls. Problem is, like, I like Tiny Epic Dungeons, but I know, like, there's other better dungeon crawler games out there, right? I'll go Elder Scrolls. Tether versus Tiny Epic. Tether is a really neat game. Wingspan versus Tiny Epic. Tiny Epic. Viticulture versus Wingspan. Viticulture. Splendor versus Wingspan. Wingspan. Villainous versus Splendor. Splendor. Wonderland's War versus Villainous. Huh. Villainous. Azul or Raiders? Raiders. Azul or Harry Potter? Azul. 20 strong or Harry Potter? 20 strong. Comic Hunters. Harry Potter. Comic. Love letter. Canvas. Sayu. Ooh. Like I said, I've been infatuated with Ruins. But I don't think I would rather play it over Aftermath if given the option. Ruins or Sagrada. I'd want to play Ruins. Sagrada. Storm. World. Meeple. Fog. I don't know why I haven't deleted Mercurial yet. I really should just get rid of Mercurial. Dulce or Mercurial? Dulce. Legendary. Oh, here, Through Ice and Snow. That's the one I was trying to remember earlier. For a survival game. I'd do Through Ice or Snow. Expeditions or Witchcraft? Witchcraft. Expeditions. Again, I want to see what more with the Transformer deck building game has to offer. Again, I have all the expansions. And I mean, Vengeance is not a bad game. It's just tough. It's a hard game. Unless you just don't play with the timer, right? And therefore you can use every single dice. Every single die? All the dice. Vengeance. Transformers. Should I do Squire Fire over Lord of the Rings? I know what Lord of the Rings is trying to do. I just didn't have fun. Squire for Hire, at least I had fun playing it. Is that sad? Bad? Mad? Wrong? I don't know. I'm going to do Squire. I hate to do that. I'd rather play Age of Comics. I mean, right now, Margraves versus Lord of the Rings. I'd play Lord of the Rings. X-Men Insurrection versus Margraves. Like, Insurrection, it was a quick, easy game. I could have played a second one. I didn't want to. Margraves. Versus Mindbug. Insurrection. Cosmos. I didn't dislike Mindbug, but I didn't like it either. Ooh, Keep the Heroes Out or Townsfolk Tussle. Keep the Heroes Out or Townsfolk Tussle. Both are difficult. Both can be difficult. Both can run long. Let's go with, I think, Townsfolk Tussle. A Howl or Keep the Heroes? Keep the Heroes. A Howl or Seldick. They kind of do the same thing. One's just pocket size. I think a Howl. G.I. Joe or Skulls? G.I. Joe or Astro Knights? G.I. Joe. Astro Knights. We got two kitty cats. Kitty cat or kitty cat? Zoo King. Stranger Things. Through the Desert. Flamecraft. Tidal Blades. Gig. Tranquility. Starcadia. Kenfire. Radlands. Explorers. Forges. Patchwork. Almanac. Evolution. Ooh. I really like Dewanaku. Marvel Dice Throne. Dewanaku. Land versus sea. Toss sea. Roll to the top. Trails. Really got to play Shipwrights Redux. I really do. Like, I feel bad even ranking it right now because of the Redux. Shipwrights. Sprawlopoulos. Ticket to Ride. Ooh. Familiar Tales. Delicious. Wayfarers. Emberleaf. Here to Slayer Cavern Tavern. See, when they're completely different games, it does make it harder. Cavern Tavern. Between these two, Here to Slay. Smash up. Project Artemis. Ooh. Might be the one time I choose Star Wars Villainous. Ooh. Oh. I think every time that Merchant's Cove come up, I'm going to have to roll. 13. ISS Vanguard wins. I'd play Merchant's Cove first. Zombies. Ooh. I would actually play My Little Pony. Sky Tier. Both are engine builders. One's more of a race. I think I like Earth because of the shared, right? Shared actions. I love cats. Empires. Mall Peak. Oh, here we go. Two games I was fighting with. Sleeping Gods. Redwood. Present Frontier. I do like Project L. I don't like it as much as Audrey. Audrey likes Project L, I think, more than I do. But I do like Project L. I would get rid of Dagger, is the thing. I don't think I would ever get rid of Project L. But again, does that make it better, or just I have other better games to play instead of Dagger? Which I do. But is Dagger better than Project L? Get Freedom 5 to replace Dagger if it's like Pandemic. Yeah. Well, I saw that, but see, that's the same thing, Laniston. Is like, when I think of it, it's not even that it's like Pandemic, right? It's dice rolling to, or not dice rolling. This one's action selection to do things. I have Marvel United for that, right? Pandemic style games. I have Pandemic. I have Clone Wars. I've got the Stranger Things, right? Those all do that very similar thing. You know, it's all just a theme at that point. And same thing with Marvel, right? I've got Marvel United, Marvel Champions. Like, I've got plenty of Marvel games to do the Marvel itch as well. They do very similar. It's kind of like the X-Men Insurrection. It's a dice rolling matching pattern game, and if I'm going to play a dice rolling Marvel game, I'd rather play Dice Throne. That's kind of my problem. Is like, I don't dislike the game. It's just I have things I could have instead, so that way I don't have 800 games in my house, right? Like Alex just went through his, trying to call all the way down to 200 games. I've kind of always wanted to do the same, right? We would only keep the 200 games in my top 100 and the 200 game, or the 100 games in my top 100 and 100 games in Audrey's 100 with some flexibility. When I played it, did I enjoy it more than I enjoy Project L? I think I did. I think I enjoyed playing it more than I did Project L. I just think I have other things that could replace it. Project L. Peacemakers versus Saria. Saria is just another one of those hard survival games. I haven't played it solo. We played it co-op. Peacemakers. Exit game, removing pictures. Exits. Scooby or pictures? Ooh! Sea of Legends. Ooh. My Little Scythe is it's just so accessible, but there's not a lot of deep strategy. Mythic beats it there. Save the World versus My Little Scythe. How to Save the World. I don't know. Libertalia. I'm going to go with My Little Scythe. Mountain Goats. Disney. Point Salad. Carcassonne. Libertalia. Ooh. I keep it in these ones where it's like, like I said, anything that's not in my top 100 is dropping down to a 6. So then I don't do this again. Now again, I could play it again and rank could go up. But 6s are in danger of leaving the house. I think I like Draft and Write better. Mariposas. Fort. Bullet. Riverside. There's a raft. Oh, shamans or mouse? Mouse. Island alone or shamans? Island. Ooh, Everdell or Marvel United? Marvel United. Marvel's gonna win. I mean, I like both, but like if I was given the option, I'm gonna play Marvel United. Everdell or Moonwalkers? Everdell. Cascadia or Moonwalkers? Or Wolfwalkers? Wolfwalkers. Cascadia. Remix. Coffee Traders. Destinies. Distilled. Wolfwalkers. Welcome to Pandemic. Funfair. Uno? Oh. Again, very, very similar, right? Cooperative game trying to stop something, solve something, spending resources. I could play one versus the other. So if I was going to have, well, I haven't played it yet, but I do have Imperial Assault. I was going to say, if I'm going to have one Star Wars game in my collection, it would probably be Clone Wars. The other ones I've got, I've not been a fan. What do we got? We got Taliesin, Destinies, Love Letter. Yeah, I would say that. Scooby-Doo, I mean, there's been not a lot of Scooby-Doo games, but I don't think that matters. We'll go Star Wars. We'll go Scooby. We'll go Zombies. Hunger. Holotype. Rangers. Duke. Lore. There they go. Happy New Year, everybody. I should have had a countdown on the stream. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Fireworks going off everywhere. Oh, two WizKids game. WizKids versus WizKids. I would say between the two, I've definitely thought about I'm gonna get rid of Dice Masters because again, I have my Marvel Dice Throne. But Strike Teams, at least, like I said, it's kind of like the Disney Arena. I think I would play it again. I haven't looked up to see if there's any solo modes for Strike Teams. Probably not. I doubt anybody's made an Automa for the enemy. We'll go Strike Teams. Do I like it better than Bites? Yes. Clank or Marvel Champions? Clank or Marvel Champions? I'm liking Marvel Champions a lot more now. Now that I'm playing it solo. I mean, nothing against Audrey playing with me, but she wasn't having a good time. So it made me not have a good time. But Clank, everybody has a good time. Do I like Champions more than Clank? I think I do because of the puzzle. Clank is more of a race. Definitely Clank. Pirates versus My Father's Work. I'd rather do My Father's Work. Star Realms versus Pirates. Pirates. Spinball, Super Skill Pinball versus Star Realms. And it's funny, I've got everything Star Realms. That's that completionist in me. Right now, I like deck, but I like roll and write. I like both of these mechanics about equally, right? Recency bias, we're gonna go with pinball. One tour Star Realms. One tour. Call to Adventure Star Realms. Star Realms. Call to Adventure Trekking. Call to Adventure. Leviathans. Sobek is fine. Trekking is better. As a two-player game, I'd definitely go Sobek. Villains can be played more than two-player. We've only ever played a two-player. River, doggies, mountain, brew or hidden leaders. I remember hidden leaders, but I'm just like not thinking that I liked it as much maybe as I thought I did. Architects. Well, yeah, I'm thinking I just don't like leaders as much as I thought. Raiders are unsettled. I really like Raiders. I mean, Raiders is probably my favorite that we've played so far. And Settled is so good. And I think right now that's my problem too, is like I didn't decide to do a solo list. I mean, I guess I could, but that's the thing, because I'm playing solo. I like Unsettled better right now. I gotta roll the dice on this one, guys. And we got a 14, so that is Unsettled. You're gonna do that to me? Technically, between these two, I would prefer to play Raiders, but I would have more people to play Lost Species with. I'd prefer to play Raiders, though. Azul or Lost Species? Lost Species. Elder Scrolls. Tether. Dungeons. Azul. Viticulture. 20 strong. Harry Potter. Comic Hunters. Wingspan. And I've got other versions of Love Letter, and I probably should play them to give the whole system a chance. I don't dislike it. The only thing is I think I like Fantasy Realms, so therefore Marvel Remix more. But do I like that more than Splendor as well? I think I do. Star Wars. Canvas or Splendor? Splendor. Canvas or Disney? Villainous. Disney. The ones I don't like keep coming back on a thing where it should be like easy. Ah, Canvas. Sayu or Wonderland's War? Sayu. Habitats. Wonderland's War. Habitats. Tree Line Avenue. Mayhem. Legendary. Ooh. Ooh. Through Ice and Snow. Aftermath. Ruins. Sagrada. Solar Storm. Right now, Whirling Witchcraft. Just because, again, I need to play Dinosaur World more. Vengeance. These are about equal in terms of playing. I think Dinosaur World. Transformers. Squire. Age of Comics. Lord of the Rings. Margraves. Meeple. Cosmos. Fog. Nine Lives. Night Parade. Dulce. Mindbug. Townsfolk Tussle. Keep the Heroes Out. Flamecraft. Tidal Blades. The Gig. Tranquility. A How? Skulls of Subtledick. And again, I think the Starcadia, it's just coming down to, again, we don't play by the real rules. I would want to play Kinfire again. I'd do Zoo King. Rosita's got a playing with a puppy somewhere. Stranger Things. Through the Desert or Explorers. I like Through the Desert. It was a fun. It's a fun game. It's a puzzle to solve and figure out, like, okay, how am I going to get all of that? Explorers, pick up and deliver. And maybe I just don't like pick up and deliver as much. Gorgeous. Patchwork or Wild Serengeti? Patchwork or Wild Serengeti? Patchwork. Almanac. Wild Serengeti. Evolution. Factory Fauna. Haro County. Dice Throne. Dewanaku. Layer Tales. Delicious or Land versus Sea? Delicious. Delicious is more puzzly. Wayfarers. Emberleaf or land versus sea. Emberleaf. Land versus sea. Tassimasi. Roll to the top. Cavern Tavern. Here to Slay or Trails. Again, Here to Slay, you just gotta be in the mood. I mean, I like it. Just gotta be in the mood. Trails is just simple, right? It's easy. So both of these are really good entry games. Yeah, I don't like many take that games, but I mean, like, Here to Slay I would play. Smash Up. Project Omen. In this case, I would rather play Trails. Shipwrights. Sprawlopolis. No, I might actually want to play Villainous. Rise Nobility. Ticket Ride. Opnion. Coexist. Oh, there you go. Dear Nanog. That hadn't shown up in a while. Dear Nanog. Yep. Ooh, ISS. Merchant's Cove. Marvel Zombies. Ponies or Sea of Legends? Sea of Legends. Mythic Mischief or Ponies? Ponies. Horde. Earth. Wind. Fire. I am Captain Planet. Mythic Mischief. I think How to Save the World. Planet Unknown. Text, all the Happy New Year texts. Milo Scythe or Age of Hid? Milo Scythe. Mountain Goats. Disney Arena. Point Salad. Now we're going. Now we're cooking gas. Ooh. Roadblock. I want to see what else Flying Sleeping Gods has. It's got to have more. I played through once and then just stopped. Frozen Frontier. Dagger. Project Dove. Libertalia. Draft and Ring. I gotta play Peacemakers more, I think. Let's see here. Again, Rescue Rabbit Hood I want to play again. I meant to pull it like 3 times in the last week and just haven't pulled it off the shelf again. I think Bullet. So Race the Raft. Puzzle versus the Race. I think actually I'll do Race the Raft. I'd say versus the Race. It's basically the same. Oh, an exit game or Mouth Cheese Cucumber. I would play an exit game. I don't know if I'd play that exit game. But they do have a Goonies one. I'd play the Goonies one. It's in the same, I forget what they call it, same series. Regicide. Mouse. Jungle Tribe. Ooh. This is not fair. This is a screenshot of the video right here. This is just not fair. Would I rather play Marvel Champions or Marvel United? It depends on my mood. Oh, they're so close. They're so close. I mean, Marvel Champions is more complex. I would say you're going to lose more often in Champions, but I lose just as much in United sometimes. Champions, you have to plan out and think more. It's less forgiving. It's also more random. I mean, I guess United is too. Champions is slightly easier to table. I mean, am I coming down to that? What's easier to table? Because United, I got to pull out the minis, got to pull out the boards and the decks, and the Champions is more to clean up because everything gets mixed together. I think I'm going to do Champions. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Oh. United over Clank. Clank over Everdell. Everdell over Father's Work. Cascadia. Remix. Coffee Traders. Destinies or My Father's Work. Both are just really story driven. The gameplay is the difference here, right? One is a worker placement, like worker placement, resource management. The other one is, I mean, you have skill checks, but they're not real skill checks, right? Destinies, and I also have Dark Quarter. I gotta play Dark Quarter, is more about the story, less about the game. So I'm gonna go My Father's Work. Tiny Epic, so again, pick up and deliver. I'm okay with pick up and deliver. Recipe fulfillment. Or pick up and deliver. Distilled. Wolfwalkers. Tiny Epic. Pinball. On tour. Star Realms are welcome too. This comes again, this is kind of that, you know, ease of play, ease of bringing it to the table. I need to play more Star Realms solo. Pandemic. I think I would prefer to play it over Funfair. Now, Unfair, I don't know. Call to Origins. Leviathan. Trekking. Sobek or Funfair? Funfair. Sobek or Uno? Uno. Clone Wars. Sobek. Marvel Villainous. I should play Star Realms more too, but I have Hero Realms. Yeah, I never got into Hero Realms, and it was further along, and then I got Star Realms. I forget why, and enjoyed it. Oh no! I know I got Star Realms. I got. They sent me a copy. They sent me when they came out that not the starter box, but the box that had Frontiers and all. They sent me that, so that's the only reason I got into it. I guess if they would have sent me a Hero Realms box, I would have gone down that rabbit hole too. I think I'd rather play Villainous, and in general, any Villainous over the Scooby-Doo. I think I'd played the Scooby-Doo twice. River Valley. And the Scooby-Doo's not a bad game. Hall of Mountain King. There's a solo mode for that they came out with. Scooby-Doo, I think it can be solo because it's cooperative, so I think you just control multiple characters. Zombies. Hunger or Mountain King? I think Hunger just suffers. I've got the expansion, but I don't think the expansion is going to fix it. Versus Between Two Castles. Because we have Between Two Cities. And then I do have the Castles of Mad King Ludwig. This is just like, you know, the mix of the two. Oops. Up is undo, by the way. What would I rather play right now? I think I'd rather play Hunger. I'd rather play Mad King Ludwig, actually. And Power Rangers. Which again is saying something. Like, I want a Power Rangers game, but unfortunately, only other one was Heroes of the Grid, right? And I got the G.I. Joe Mission Critical because Heroes of the Grid had been around for so long that to get everything would just be too costly. Like, I've looked every time they did a campaign to see if, like, were they doing some kind of great deal. And then when they finally were clearancing it out, it still is just too much to get everything. I'd rather play Waddle, or if I, again, versus Waddle or Power Rangers at this point as a versus game. Probably Waddle. Moon Bunny or Power Rangers. Moon Bunny or Power Rangers. Ah, man. Moon Bunny. Power Rangers. Again, I guess I don't like Hidden Leaders. I'll do Hidden Leaders. Santorini. Alpuraz. Duke. Lore. Guns and Treasure is like okay, but it's more just like a random card draw. Cities of Venus, which is the worker placement, send your resources. Yeah. Strike teams. Dice Masters or Gun. I think Dice Master. I think Gun and Treasure. I think I was being generous to the publisher. I don't know. Bites or Gun and Treasure. Actually, Guns and Treasure. I think Bites is in there because my nieces and nephews liked it. Legendary or Unsettled? I like Legendary. Right now, if I were to have to pull one of these two off the shelf, considering I didn't give Legendary a option, maybe I do like Unsettled more. And again, this could all change after I play it again. Legendary I played a lot. I know I like Legendary. Unsettled, I could play one planet and it just completely ticks me off and I don't want to ever play it again. As of right now, if I want to pull a game off the shelf, again, Legendary is easier to set up. Oh. I'm in a legendary. Unsettled or through the ice? Okay, so survival game versus survival game here. Between these two, I do like Unsettled more. I like the system more. Raiders, I prefer in terms of worker placement. They're both worker placement. Lost Species or Through the Snow? Lost Species. Through the Snow or Elder Scrolls? Right now, I had more fun playing Through the Snow. I liked it better. Aftermath or Elder Scrolls? It has been a long time since I played Aftermath. It's been a long time. It's an old game. New games have better stuff, right? I think Aftermath. Ruins or Elder Scroll. I like Ruins. Sagrada or Elder Scroll. Sagrada or Elder Scroll. I think Elder Scroll. I like Sagrada, but Audrey likes it more. Sagrada or Tether? I'd rather play Tether. Sagrada or Tiny Epic? Like, I don't dislike Sagrada. So here, I knew this was probably going to come up too. I don't dislike Sagrada. The question is now, would I play Sagrada over Azul, which are pretty much in the same category? And I think I would. I think it has more complexity, more decision space than Azul. So Solar Storm, so pandemic style game versus abstract strategy. I enjoyed Solar Storm. I don't know if it's a keeper. So I'm going to do Azul. Viticulture. 20 strong. Harry Potter or Solar Storm? I just like deck builders. Harry Potter. Versus Comic Hunters. Comic Hunters is a good game. We've only played it 2-player. I'd like to play it at a higher player count. Solar Storm, it was fun at 1. So it'd probably be okay at 2. Getting more than that might start getting a little iffy. I mean, I played Pandemic Legacy. We played that at 3 players with my sister, and it was fine. Solar Storm. Whirling Witchcraft. Expeditions. Vengeance. Dinosaur. Comic Hunters. Wingspan. Again, I gotta play more Transformers. Love Letter. Splendor. Disney Villainous. So Transformers I played solo. So I don't know how the versus works in that one. The co-op I think is just very similar to the solo. Villainous is just versus, and it says the worst takes all, but it's the worst takes that. It's a take that game. I think I would rather, like right now, I think I'd rather play Transformers. I don't dislike Villainous, but it's falling off, right? Because we cannot. I mean, I keep getting the new expansion, so I keep getting all the new characters. But that was more of a, I think it was a combination of content creation, right? Wanting to create like, oh, we need to play these new Villainous characters because you can buy it at Target, so regular people will come watch the video. Also, I think it's my #1 short that I ever created was unboxing one of the Target exclusive Villainous boxes. But I don't know that I like it anymore. Again, once Lucita can play with us, maybe it'll change. Squire for Hire versus Villainous. I'm Squire for Hire. Villainous, Age of Comics, Villainous. Lord of the Rings and Villainous. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. I want to play Lord of the Rings. I've got the campaign boxes. I don't know if that would change my mind of the game. And that's the problem. I want to say Lord of the Rings because I want to like it. But you shouldn't have to force yourself to want to like a game. You should like it and want to play it. But since I played that, I've not tried to pull it out again. I say the same thing about Villainous. It's not a game that I suggest playing. Like even when my sister-in-law and them come over, I don't suggest we play Villainous because I know it can run long. And they don't do well with long games. I'm gonna have to give it to Villainous. Oh, Canvas. Sayu and Lord of the Rings. Oh, man. I like Sayu. Lord of the Rings and Wonderland's War. Lord of the Rings. Margraves and Wonderland's War. I didn't dislike Margraves. I had problems with Wonderland's War. Mutant Insurrection, again, while it was simple, and again, I would probably cull it at some point, because again, I have other games now that I would play to fill that niche. I still think I liked it better than Wonderland's War. Wonderland's War on that. Habitat. Okay, so both of these are very similar, right? Building out and scoring points. Again, we got rid of Meeple Land, so habitats. Unlock versus Meeple Land. Unlock's fine. And I have Microcosmos. I have the expansions that came with Kickstarter. Again, need to try it again. Sura was nice. Probably should find a copy so I could play it again. Marble Dice Throne or Townsfolk Tussle. Marble Dice Throne or Townsfolk Tussle. There's a hard one. I like Marble Dice Throne. I enjoyed playing that as a competitive game, as a versus game. Audrey enjoys playing it. And then I played the missions, and I like the missions. Townsfolk Tussle has the problem of running long. The expansion solves that by letting you basically skip one round. Or, well, I mean, you could do it as one-offs too. I'm going to go Dice Throne. Townsfolk Tussle or Tiwanaku. I like Tiwanaku. I feel like Tiwanaku is a game that, like, oh, I just pull it out and play. Townsfolk Tussle isn't a game that I feel like I can just pull out and play. Townsfolk Tussle versus Familiar Tales. Deck building story game. Boss battler. Now it starts getting like this at the end because it intentionally puts the ones that you've liked together and the ones that you've not liked together, so then it starts to eliminate or starts to be able to rank, right? This is the hard part. Need something to clean my laptop. My OCD. Right now, if I were to, and I think that's the problem. In the back of my mind, I'm also thinking of like getting it to the table for whatever reason. Like, if getting it to the table is making me like a game less, should that reduce its score? Because like you can get familiar territory. Just pull it out, open the board, get your decks, log into the app. Townswig Tussle, you got all the minis and the decks and all the other stuff, right? It needs an organizer within an organizer just to get it going. I think the only thing that Familiar Tales has going for it that Townswig Tussle doesn't is the deck building combat and card combat and card use versus dice. Yeah. All right, it does beat Delicious. I do like that more than Delicious. Keep out Flamecrafter Delicious. I like Delicious. I don't know why. Like if you, so I've got the video of my other games I played this year. I played all the rest of the Pencil First games that they sent me. And unfortunately, I played them all solo, so that might be part of the problem. But when they're small little box games, you feel like there's something that you should be able to travel or work with. And I didn't like them. I don't think any of them were bad. They just weren't like for me. And so that's Delicious is kind of weird that I like it so much. Flamecraft versus Wayfarers. Very different games. I think I would go Flamecraft. Oh. Tidal Blades versus Wayfarers. I like the dice upgrading. I like the boss battling. Versus the worker placement tableau building, I think. The gig, like I said, was fun. The little asymmetric puzzle for each instrument. Do I like it better than Wayfarers? I like it better than Wayfarers. I think I do. Tranquility versus Wayfarers. Howl versus Wayfarer. No, I think I'll Wayfarer for Wayfarer. Emberleaf versus Wayfarers. Or no, I'm done with Wayfarers. A Howl. Holy cow. I think I like the card play in Emberleaf more. Tussie Mussy. Roll to the top. Cavern Tavern. I think that one just suffers from age. I think is its problem. It's just how old it is, and you know, it's a nice dice worker placement game, but it's old, right? It's you can tell in the game that it's an older game. Versus G.I. Joe deck building, though. I need to play more deck building. I have to go with Cavern Tavern. Here to Slay or G.I. Joe. I would probably want to play G.I. Joe, but I like Here to Slay enough. Whereas with G.I. Joe, I think I like it, but I'm not sure. In this case, I think I like G.I. Joe more. Astronauts. Good old Kinfire, rearing your ugly head again. I feel bad for Kinfire. I really do. Like, and they don't have a plan for an expansion. Like, they want to do more in this world, but they don't want to do anything to this game because there's so many people that do like it for what it is and how it works and what it's doing. But like, if they could fix the randomness of the bag, the journey from location to location, and how the card play works a little bit, right? Because like I said, the comboing just didn't ever seem to be there for me. And then there's the deck crafting, and most of the cards, at least up to chapter 6, didn't make you feel like you were really upgrading your deck. So it wasn't like, oh, you would figure, oh, the first couple ones, oh, let's get you some good cards, so you're excited to go get more cards. And it didn't feel like that either. We'll smash up Artemis versus Campfire. Artemis is a good dice placement. I don't know. Oh man. I had to get up early. I had to drive. Drove Audrey to the airport. We had to leave at like 9. TSA was a nightmare in MCO. They didn't have the family lane open to everybody. Very annoying. I blasted them on social media and they said, fill out this form so we can not read it. Man. Gonna go with Campfire. Radlands or Artemis? Radlands. Artemis. Zuki. We're talking about what I'm going to introduce to people. Well, I introduced Stranger Things to my sister, not Trails. I introduced Trails to my other sister, so I think I'd rather play Stranger Things. Do the desert. I think Trails has fallen off. I think I got to play it again. Explorer of the North Sea. I'll do Trails on that one. Shipwrights or Explorers. Here we go. Battle of the Champions. I think I like Shipwrights better. The designer didn't like it better, which is why they made a new version. And maybe I'll like the new version better. In which case means that I would like their new version better than Explorers. Villainous versus Explorers. I think I'd rather play Explorers. Or just... I almost feel like I need to sell my Star Wars Villainous because it's not been faring well. Patchwork or Villainous. I did 2-player. Patchwork. Almanac. Wild Serengeti or Villainous. I almost feel like I've got Wild Serengeti rated too high. Prize Nobility. Sprawlopolis. Ticket to Ride or Wild Serengeti? I am thinking the right one. Wild Serengeti is the one with the pictures. I hope I have not been messing this up this whole time. It's the one where you take pictures, I think. Yeah, you have the different people. Yeah, you're taking these. Well, it's collection, but yeah, there's like pictures or something you're doing, and you gotta. Okay, yeah, and you gotta place them out in the field so you can take that particular picture. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It just for some reason it's just not. It's not ranking high. So let's see here. Ticket to Ride, Wild Serengeti. If I were to say, okay, right now what I want to play, I know Ticket to Ride. I've seen Ticket to Ride. I have to play it on my Xbox, which is neither here nor there. But I think I would want to play Wild Serengeti again. And it's kind of the same thing with Evolution, right? We got Evolution Another World to preview. And I also have nature, so I kind of need to compare them to that. Would I rather play that than Ticket to Ride? Probably. Factory Funner Ticket to Ride. I think the puzzle of Factory Funner is, well, funner. Hero County or Ticket to Ride. That's hard. So you got PvP game versus route building. PvP versus route building. I think I'd rather do the route building. I mean, nothing against Hero County. It's a good game. A lot of people rate it highly, but I think right now, like I've started noticing this more of the versus type games. I've slowly started pushing away. I don't want that many of the versus games. Again, because Audrey's my only versus partner. Papillon. Coexist. Tirnanog. Star Wars or Harrow County. I like what Harrow County did better. Trekking through history or Star Wars. Star Wars. And I've been talking bad about Star Wars deck building game this whole time. It just shows, I guess, I don't like trekking as much as I thought I did. Chateau or trekking. Chateau. ISS Vanguard or Marvel Champions. So my number something or rather, it used to be lower because again, the ranking was based on my previous plays where Audrey wasn't enjoying herself. Versus ISS Vanguard, which was my number one. I want to play more ISS Vanguard. I don't know if I'll like the system as much the further I get into it, but there's a lot to it to enjoy. Marvel Champions, I know I like the system, even though it can be brutal and unfair. I went through the Guardians Most Wanted campaign. That just even with there's a blog article out somebody did with some corrections, didn't help. didn't help. Me cheating didn't help. I'm gonna go with Marvel Champions. ISS Vanguard or Marvel, I think same thing, Marvel United. ISS Vanguard versus Clank, ISS Vanguard. Clank versus Merchant's Cove. Clank versus Merchant's Cove. I think Merchant's, I just like the variability of Merchant's Cove. I like the asymmetry. Clank versus Marvel Zombies. Marvel Zombies. Clank. Everdell or Sea of Legends? Everdell. Cascadia or Sea of Legends? Cascadia. Fantasy Realms remix version or Sea of Legends? These two are hard because they're completely different genres. Like the games just are nothing alike. One's big epic story, boss battling kind of thing. Pandemic style, right, to a small degree. You're trying to keep the other people at bay. And the other is draw a card, discard a card. I think I'm going to Sea of Legends. Marvel Remix is better as a game to play with other people. But Sea of Legends, I think I enjoy the game more. Marvel Remix versus My Little Pony. I don't know why, I just really enjoyed the My Little Pony game. Oh, man. I think I'm going to My Little Pony. Skytier Horde or Marvel Remix? Skytier Horde. This one may change after I play it again, but I'm going to go Skytier. Remix or Earth? Earth. Mythic Mischief or Remix? I like How to Save a World, but I don't know if I like it as much as Fantasy Realms. Coffee Traders, definitely better. Yeah, better. Destinies. again, the problem with Destinies, and I've heard the same problem. I've heard Dark Order even more so, is it's more the story. The Destinies at least had some challenge checks that meant something, and not finding or finding certain things meant something. I've heard Dark Order's even less than that, so you're basically playing it just to play through the story, because it didn't matter whether you succeeded or failed. So I guess there's a little bit more game in Destinies. I also have Divinus. I hope that doesn't run down the same path. Out of Planet Unknown or Destinies? Planet Unknown or Destinies? Planet Unknown. Destinies. Oh, Scythe. The physical components are almost pointless. Yeah. And that's what they say. Like it's everything could have been just tracked in an app, and it could have been an app game. The board game components are kind of just there. Distilled or Mountain Goats? It's been a while since I played Mountain Goats. It really has. But it's more the simplicity, right? Compared to Distilled. Distilled. Wolfwalkers. One tour. I think I would rather play Disney than Welcome to. At a certain point, you almost feel bad for the game that doesn't get selected each time. So you're like, please show me a game that I don't want to play compared to that one. Point salad. Like right here, this is going to happen to Welcome to. It's like, can you show me a game I don't want to play? Oh, Age of Heroes versus Welcome to. Age of Heroes versus Welcome to. Age of Heroes, worker placement, X-Men, favorite Marvel, completing missions. Welcome to. More simple, right? Or more simplistic. Doesn't mean it's a bad game. I think the only problem with and I think the thing I'm looking at too is just like your time, right? Welcome to, you can get done pretty quickly and get a couple games done, right? Just go like that. I still need to play Welcome to Las Vegas, and then I have Welcome to the Moon to play that campaign. Age of Heroes, because of the length, would I pull it off again? For the lawsuit, yeah, they're going to be used in Joan of Arc. Yeah. And then it never happened. Yep. And that's kind of probably what happened with Van Ryder and Lucky Duck, right? They teamed up to make the Dark Quarter game so they could have cross-compatible stuff, because you can use the two people in Dark Quarter in Final Girl, right? So they kind of work together in that same thing. Because I think the Dark Quarter, you're pretty much in the same boat. You could pretty much play the whole game without having any components on the board. I think I'm going Welcome to. Pandemic versus Age. I think Age. Isle of Cats. Empires. Pandemic or Mall Peak? Mall Peak. Sleeping Gods. Redwood. Pandemic's starting to lose now. Pandemic versus Pandemic. Marvel. Pandemic versus Pandemic Marvel. I think I like the Pandemic Marvel. I mean, again, I think I liked it better because, again, you had abilities and moves and different things happened. I do think I like the Marvel one better. Pandemic versus Project L. These two are hard to compare. Polynomial patterns versus stopping a pandemic. If this was the Star Wars one, I think it'd be easier. I'd probably go with the Star Wars one. But just like regular pandemic, any pandemic. If it was Legacy, I think this would be easier too, but I'm not calling this Legacy. I'm calling it Pandemic as a system. Because honestly, Legacy, I really enjoyed the Legacy. But it's kind of hard to say, okay, I'm going to put a Legacy game as one of my top games of all time, and I can't play it again. Technically, this one you can, because there's Season 2 and Season 0. But those are almost totally different games. So even if I played those, it'd be like, would I even consider those Pandemic games? I think 2 is close, but 0 I've heard is like not even like a Pandemic game. I think I'm on Project L. Libertalia versus Libertalia. Grafton right. I think I'd rather play Mariposa's. I really think I don't like Pandemic. Peacemakers versus Pandemic. Peacemakers. Rolling Realms. I think I would play Pandemic over Saria. Like, we played Saria, and I remember it, and I remember we lost horribly. But something about it just bothered me. I'd have to go back and watch my first impressions video. Trekking the World. My quote they used was like, you know, I said, if you want something that feels like Jurassic Park, this is it. Because that was like the best thing I think I said about it. Trekking the World. Funfair, Saria. Funfair. Uno Ultimate or Saria? Uno Ultimate. Clone Wars. You okay, me? She's got a cough lately. Sobek. Marvel Villainous. River Valley. Now Saria is the odd man out. You gotta feel bad for him. He's hanging out here for a while. Scooby-Doo. Zombies. I think I'd rather play Mountain King. Brew. Yeah, dinosaur versus dinosaur. I'm gonna play the dinosaur. I like this, but so I've got Castles of Mad King Ludwig. We've got it. I got the big version that they came out with recently, and I want to play that. And I'm thinking I'll like that better than Between Two Castles. And right now, I think I'd rather play, if I would play these two, I think I'd rather play Saria over Between Two Castles. Between Two Castles was like one of our very first games, and so it's probably rated a 7 because it's an older rated game. Bullet. Riverside. So now Mad King is falling behind. Rescuing Robin Hood is a very unique deck building game. You're recruiting different members, and each one gives you like one of the resources, and then you need so many of the resources to be able to get past a group of hidden cards. It's very unique. That's why I want to play it again. Fisheries. Fisheries is 2 players. It's just 2 players. It's a tile laying. It's kind of a tower laying race. Between these two, I don't think I dislike Fisheries, but I don't think I like it or dislike it any more than Between Two Castles. Dice time! 7, that would be odd. That would be Castles. Fisheries or Gloucester, Architects, Waddle. Moon Bunny. Power Rangers. So we're back in that Power Rangers conundrum again. I think I'd rather play Power Rangers. And I'm beating up on Hidden Leaders again. Like some of the games I just keep beating up on, it feels like, for a while. Regicide or Hidden Leaders. And again, I wasn't like thrilled with Regicide. Like I get it and it seemed interesting. I think the Legacy game would make it more fun. I might have played it wrong, as I said earlier, but it just felt easy. Like we beat it. Okay. Now, I was playing with a kid who, you know, wasn't quite, he didn't know, you know, exactly how to play some of the rules. So he was sometimes showing and revealing what he had, and he should have been, either accident, purpose, whatever the case may have been. I'm gonna go to Regicide. I think we would have to play Hidden Leaders again. Hidden Leaders versus Mouse Cheese. So these are similar, right? You're trying to figure out what the other person is because that's what their goal is. Between these two, I think I like the cheese. Jungle Tribe versus Hidden Leaders. I don't remember Jungle Tribe. It's been years since we played that. And again, if it's not sticking in my head, it wasn't memorable. Hidden Leaders is slightly more memorable. I shouldn't say that. Jungle Tribe's great. I'm going to be selling some copies of it. Would you like to get one? Santorini. Alpuras. Duck in Danger. More. How many more? It should have. It's got a little marker up here. It should have like a counter. How many more of these do I got? Dice Masters. I think I did like Jungle Tribes at least better than Guns and Treasure. Shamans, like I said, it's got that unique thing to it. I'm trying to think, is there any game I would not want to play? Oh, Guns and Treasure is gone. Marvel Dice Throne or Marvel Legendary? Why you do this to me? You did the same thing to me with Champions and United. Don't do that with all my Marvel games. We do know that Marvel games are probably all going to be in my top 10, right? That's going to 1 through 10 is all Marvel games. I like the new missions Dice Throne does. I mean, I just like Legendary. Right now, if I were to want to pull one down and play it, right? I'm leaning towards Legendary. I don't know why. I like Dice Throne. I like it a lot. And I like the missions. It was fun. I went through 2 missions. Like I enjoyed it. If I play a game back to back, right? It says something. And both times I played double-handed at that. So not only did I play the missions solo, I played it double-handed solo. So I was actually controlling 4 different characters. I got to play through 4 different characters. When I play Legendary, I play 2-handed. So very similar. I'm dice rolling it, guys. I can't make this decision. 4. Legendary. Dice Throne or Unsettled? I would right now rather pull Dice Throne off the show. Unsettled Tiwanaku. Actually, Tiwanaku. When your tails are unsettled. Unsettled. Raiders or Familiar Tales? Solo bias again, unfortunately. Familiar Tales. Townsfolk Tussle or Raiders? Townsfolk Tussle. Get the heroes out. Raiders. Delicious or Search for Lost Species? Search for Lost Species. Thrice and Snow. Aftermath. I'd have to go back and watch our videos to even know where we were or what we were doing. It's been that long. Delicious. Delicious, delicious, delicious. do think I like Aftermath. And so here's one problem I'm having too. So Aftermath and Familiar Tales are both built on a very similar system as well. So if we go by systems, right, should they just two be combined? But there is a difference because in Aftermath, you just have a bunch of cards, like playing cards, and you're playing the numbers to do things. In Familiar Tales, they've got the added deck building aspect to it. So there's a difference, or the small enough difference in terms of the gameplay mechanics. I think I do like Aftermath enough. Delicious versus Ruins. Again, I've been praising Ruins. I don't know why. I just like it. Delicious versus Elder Scrolls. I'd pull Elder Scrolls off first. Tether versus Delicious. Well, Tether, I'd have to have two people. Not to say that that should be a factor, but it kind of is. Delicious, you can play solo. And it's a beat your score, which I'm not a fan of beat your scores. It's a lot of the solo games when it's just a beat your score. I'm not a fan of those. If it's beat an automa, cool. But then if in the thing it says you beat the automa and you have to beat this score, then I'm like, I'm just playing beat my score again. Between these two, I like them both. I think I'm gonna give it to Delicious. Tether versus Flamecraft. I just like what Tether was doing. Tiny Epic Dungeons versus Flamecraft. Tidal Blades. The Gig. Tranquility. Wayfarers. Oh, poor Tiny Epic Dungeon. Sorry. Emberleaf. Problem with Ember, I feel like Emberleaf is recency bias. Did I enjoy it that much? Did I enjoy it that much? I think it's because at two players, it still did a pretty good job at area control, but it kind of did a bad job too because me and Audrey barely built in the same area, unless we had to because of one of our objective cards. I think I'm going to go Tiny Epic. Sagrada or Improved. Sagrada, which means Azul. Viticulture. 20 strong. Harry Potter Emberleaf. Harry Potter Land versus Sea. Harry Potter. Roll to the Top or Solar Storm. I like the puzzle of Roll to the Top better. Solar Storm or Hall? Solar Storm. There's a Whirling Witchcraft expansion, AEG, on their last little big Kickstarter. That might change my Whirling Witchcraft if I get to play it again. Skulls. And I think Caverns, the only problem is it's just dated. Set Collection Comic Hunters versus Cavern Tavern. I think the problem with Comic Hunters, we played it at 2, so some of the bidding stuff just didn't work as well. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't great. Comic Hunters. Decision Space Wingspan. Star Wars, Jabba's Palace. I like Here to Slay. G.I. Joe. Master Knights. Star Wars. Splendor. Transformers. Squarefire. Age of Comics. See, now Starcadia Quest is getting beaten up on. Between these two, and even in Versus, think I would like Starcadia Quest better. Smash up. Fire, Radlands. Artemis or Villainous? Artemis or Villainous? I don't know. Villainous. Canvas. Sayul. Lord of the Rings. Rearing your ugly head again. I liked Artemis Project, but it feels forgettable now. And I think we've played it twice. And I think that's the problem. And like now I got Margraves, and it feels just as forgettable. I think Artemis. There's a big difference. You got a little light collection game in Zoo King versus Margraves. Maybe I think Margraves. X-Men. Zoo King. Set collection, area control. Game I don't mind versus a game that it's not that I mind it. It just I have qualms with. Which again might be solved with the new expansion. Who knows? Might be solved with different players. I don't know. I think between the two, if there was one that I wanted to give another, if I wanted to give another play, it would be Wonderland's War. Habitats versus Zoo King. I think Zoo King. Stranger Things. Through the Desert or Habitats. Actually, I think I have both these on the same campaign. I think that was the same all-play campaign. I think I like that one better. Trails or Habitats? Trails. Twinkle Twinkle. That's probably recency bias more than anything. Shipwrights. Point salad-y tableau building game or pick up and deliver. I think Habitats. I think Explorers to me was because that was the only trilogy we played is the North Sea, and I feel like that one to me was the weakest. And again, designer thinks the other way around. Shim Phillips, but I think I would play that over Mayhem. Mayhem was fun, but like it's just. I feel like its market isn't me anymore. And again, because we're not doing as much versus anymore. Patchwork versus Looney-Tunes. Hey, is a little puzzle game. Patchwork's great. Versus the versus game, I guess. Almanac. Star Wars Villainous or Mayhem? I think I like Mayhem better. Unlock. Meeple Land, which we got rid of, or Star Wars Villainous. And again, Star Wars Villainous, I'm probably holding on to just because it's Villainous and it's Star Wars. I'm going to go with Star Wars. Rise. We got rid of Meeple Land. We got rid of it for a reason. So, Sprawlopolis. Like, I've only played Sprawlopolis and Natureopolis as part of the crowdfunding campaign. I don't even think I own a copy. I think I own the prototype they sent, and that's it. So this is kind of up in the air. I like the puzzle of what it is. It's a solo game, but at the same time, I played. Pencil First has one. It's like a snow game, and you got to put out tiles. I did it in my last year playthrough video, the one that may or may not ever get released since I don't have memberships anymore. And I felt like how I was scoring didn't matter. Whereas this one, I feel like the pattern building did do better than it. So I'm going to go Sprawlopolis. Odd Serengeti. Evolution. Meeple Lantern Factory Funner. Factory Funner. Poor Meeple Land. Or do we still own Meeple Land and we don't own the other one? There's one where you're building a theme park and there's danger. We got rid of one of them. Can't remember which one. Maybe we got rid of both. Ticket to Ride. Papillon. Coexist. Dear Dog. Borrow County. Oh, good old Star Wars is back. Good old deck building game. I'm gonna look up Meeple Land again. Meeple, 2 words, I guess. Meeple Land. Everybody does these fancy smancy pictures and stuff, and it's like I don't want a fancy smancy picture. Yeah, so you're building out your park, and then you had to stay within your grid, and you had to buy expansions, and then you get for each meeple in there. Yeah, I did like this. And I think I do like it better than the Star Wars deck building game. Or Star Wars deck building game. Suro. It's a good strategy game. It might be beyond my head in some cases. 9 Lives. Not a bad trick-taking game. Again, I think it's situational. Mindbug or the Star Wars deck building game. Mindbug was just okay for me. It just felt like, not take that, but it was just like, I play something, you play something. I play something, you steal my guy because he's got a good power. Which is the purpose of the game. Trekking through history or Mindbug. I really didn't care for trekking through history. Ooh, here we go. Marvel Legendary or Marvel Champions. I knew this one was going to come up. It had to come up at some point. Oh, man. I've been rolling the dice every single time because, like, what do I like better? I think I like Legendary better. And I think the only reason I like Legendary better is there's less... I hate to say there's less randomness because, I mean, when you pull the people out for Legendary, it's just all random. Maybe less brutal, right, when it is random. Because, like, with Champions, like, I've had a turn where the bad guy does, like, 8 damage to me. Like, gone. I'm dead, right? And the game is over. Legendary, you don't lose until one of the lose conditions occurs, and the chance of you getting, for example, say all the schemes at the very beginning is less likely. But as me losing a factor, it's a factor of my enjoyment, but does that make it a better or worse game? think I'm going to go legendary. Champions versus Dice Throne. See, I knew all the marbles were going to be in my top, so they're all beating each other up right now. Right now, if I were to pull one down, and the only reason I say this is because this is exactly what happened. I'd rather pull legendary and champions down, which is what I did, instead of Dice Throne. Dice Throne I didn't pull down until like just recently. So I'm going to go champions. Dice Throne are United. I really like United. Like if I only had one game, only one Marvel game, I think I would end up keeping United. I'd probably get rid of everything else. ISS Vanguard or Dice Throne. I think the problem is recency bias. I haven't played ISS Vanguard in a while, and I haven't seen enough to really say that I like it that much anymore. We're gonna go Dice Throne. Tiwanaku. I like that. I don't know why. Like that game, I played it once and I was like, I just like this. Unsettled or ISS Vanguard. Both are explore planets, hope you don't die. One involves rolling dice and hoping you don't roll bad. And lots of other stuff. Story and all that. The other is figuring out a puzzle with limited actions. I think I like Unsettled better than ISS Vanguard. Weird Tales, ISS Vanguard. Both story games, I think I like ISS Vanguard better. Merchant's Cove versus Familiar Tales. Merchant's Cove. Marvel Zombies. Clank. Everdell. Cascadia or Familiar Tales? Problem is I've only played Cascadia a couple times too, so I was gonna say the amount of time played factor. Ease again. Cascadia is just, you know, it's a quick, easy, accessible game. Can play with anybody, probably teach it to anybody. Familiar Tales, on the other hand, a little bit more complex. If I remember correctly, when we were playing two-player, we had to each control two characters by having a mixed deck, because you have to have all the characters playing. Which is the same as Aftermath. You had to have all the characters playing. Let me go with Cascadia. Sea of Legends, My Little Pony, or Familiar Tales. It's going to be funny. My Little Pony is going to beat out G.I. Joe and Transformers. I know they've both been in my upper lists before, but that's funny. I blame my daughter. Hopefully she'll play it with me one day. Familiar Tales and My Little Pony. So both deck building games. I think in this case, Familiar Tales, only because I like the narrative story. Townsfolk Tussle versus My Little Pony. Townsfolk Tussle. Keep the arrows out. Raiders or My Little Pony. I'd rather play Raiders. All species are pony. All species. Through ice and snow. Well, ponies are finally not come back. Aftermath versus ponies. So the reason Familiar Tales beat out ponies is because they both were deck building. And Familiar Tales had the story. Aftermath has the story too, but it's not deck building. It's actually, it's harder to get what you want done in Aftermath. Which again, isn't a bad thing, right? It's a survival type thing. But that I enjoy My Little Pony more than Aftermath. Now, there was some limitation in My Little Pony. I as much as I'm kind of saying good things about it, there were some things that were fiddly, right? Your limited actions sometimes, and trying to figure out how to get certain things to occur. And I'm playing on easy, And like some of the other games I mentioned is like easy should be like winning without even thinking about it. But easy in My Little Pony really doesn't change much because your requirements stay the same. All the level 1 hurdles and all the level 2 hurdles and all the level 3 hurdles are all the level 1, 2, and 3 hurdles. So you're just going to draw one at random. I'm trying to talk myself out of My Little Pony, I think. It's not working. Because I need to play Aftermath again. And I played My Little Pony recently. Oh, My Little Pony. Ponies. Aftermath or Horde? Narratively, Aftermath. The campaign is not a campaign. I tried to start reading some of the stuff, like when it tells you to, and I'm like, none of this means anything. Because it just seems ridiculous how they want you to read it. The game is less forgiving. I'm gonna go Aftermath. Ruins or Skytear? I like Ruins. Elder Scroll. I think I'd rather play Elder Scroll than Horde. I didn't give that to you guys as an option, honestly. I probably should have. I think I forgot. I think Elder Scroll was going to be the 4th one, and I forgot. And then instead I gave as the option Invincible. Yeah, Elder Scrolls. Delicious versus Horde. Recency bias more than anything. Earth. Delicious. Tether. Yeah, I'd rather play as a 2-player. I think I like Tether. It's just quick and easy. Mythic Mischief has a lot more you can do, but I like Tether, how quick and easy it is. Flamecraft or Flamecraft. Tidal Blades. I really like the gig too. Tranquility. Wayfarers. See, the problem is I'm thinking of Mythic Mischief as a 2-player asymmetric. Like if I had the option of, okay, Mythic Mischief or Sagrada, I'd choose, or Santorini, I'd choose Mythic Mischief. But we're not comparing 2-player strategy games. We're comparing a complex Euro to a strategy game. I think I would pick Wayfarers. Tiny Epic. Sagrada. Which makes Azul. Viticulture. Sometimes one box just gets beat up on. Taking off now. Filming the first part of the video tonight before bed. All right, Lanston. Thanks for hanging out with me, bud. Keeping me company for the way too long that this has taken me. I think we're 4.5 hours. Nobody's going to watch this. Luckily, I'm going to make a shorter video afterwards. I'll upload my actual top 50 and 12 different videos like everybody else. I haven't played Mythic Mischief solo, so therefore I can't go with that. So we're going to go with 20 strong. Because that's what I would compare it to. Emberleaf. Harry Potter. I think Mythic Mischief on that one. Remix. Coffee Traders. My Father's Work. Like, Harry Potter's a decent deck builder game, but like I mentioned, I don't know what happens when you get done. Like, does it continue and stay? And 2, it is missing some key deck building components, like basically destroying cards and stuff like that aren't in the base game. So at this point where I've played to, it does seem sometimes limiting on the market. There's no market refresh either. Trying to defend my choices here to myself. I'll save the world of Harry Potter. I'll save the world. I don't know. Destinies. My Little Scythe. I mean, I want to play more of the Harry Potter deck builder game. Mountain Goats. But I would play some other deck building game before that, is what keeps happening. Still. Wolfwalkers. Super skill pinball. Yeah. More of a puzzle to figure out on that one. Sorcerer's Arena. I think Harry Potter. I'd rather play Land versus Sea at a 2-player. Tussy Mussy, yeah, same thing at a 2-player. We really, like I said, really enjoyed Roll to the Top. Solar Storm. So this is coming from a solo perspective again. Can't play Sorcerer's Arena solo. I think Sorcerer's Arena will change again when Lucita gets older and can play with me. Rolling Witchcraft. Vengeance. Mr. World. I think I just need more plays. Played lots of Sorcerer's Arena. Sorcerer's Arena. Dinosaur World. Welcome to Age of Heroes, Isle of Cats, Imperial Settlers. Much as I was hating on Distant Skies. Dagger. Project L. Libertalia. Yeah. I think Tavern, it's the age. Mariposa's Fort. Peacemakers. Rolling Realms. Cavern Tavern or Pandemic. Cavern Tavern, actually. I don't like. I'm thinking. The more I think, it's like I'm not going to ask or pull Pandemic off to play. If somebody asked me to play it, I'd probably play it, but I don't think I would pull it down myself. Whereas Tavern, I'd like to play that again. Whether it's to prove that I like it or to prove that I don't like it. Comic Hunters, Wingspan, yeah. Here to Slay or Pandemic. I think Here to Slay. Star Wars, Splendor. Yeah, poor Pandemic. Squire for Hire. It's a nice little game. Starcadia Quest. I think only because we placed Arcadia Quest wrong, or as a variant, not as an official way. Star Realms, Call to Adventure, Leviathans, Checking the World, Uno Ultimate. Yep. Sobek, Marvel. River Valley, Dog Park, Scooby-Doo. Might have found my new victim of who's not getting picked. Pick me. Mountain King. Yeah. Again, because now in the back of my mind, I'm like, since we've not played Starcadia Quest right, would we even enjoy it at all? Brew. Oh. Saria or Starcadia Quest? Saria or Starcadia Quest? So survival game versus really a PvE game. dice rolling. Mm. Sorry. Yeah, poor Starcadia Quest. I don't know. I'm trying to think in the back of my mind, like, what game would I choose it? Well, I mean, I've done it already. I've chosen it over something else, but it's not going to give me those again. Race to the Raft. Yeah, I like the puzzle. Ah, here we go. Between Two Castles versus Starcadia Quest. I would pull Starcadia Quest off. Smash up. Oh, now we're going back to Between Two Castles being the victim. Dizzy, Villainous, Canvas. Sayu, Lord of the Rings, Artemis, Margraves. Yeah. What is it going to take? Castles. No, I think I'd rather play Trails right now. Twinkle Twinkle. Shipwrights. Habitats, Treeline Farm. Those are pretty much, Habitats, Treeline Farm is pretty much the same. Explorers. Would I rather play Explorers or Between Two Castles? I think I'd rather play Explorers. Forges. And again, I think maybe part of the problem with, again, Between Two Castles is we played a 2-player variant that was available instead of, you know, having a full complement, so you're playing it as intended. Mayhem. Mayhem, which includes anybody who's jumping this far into the video. That includes Teen Titans. So a PvP game versus a tile laying game. I'd rather build points than attack somebody. Okay, now what's going? Oh, here we go. I'd rather play Looney Tunes and Power Rangers. I'd rather do the Unlocked than Power Rangers. Now we're on it. Oh, here we go. I'd rather play Villainous than the Power Rangers. Sprawlopolis, Serengeti. Yeah, no, I think Power Rangers is stuck here for a while. Papillon, Coexist. Tyrannodog. Harrow County. Meeple Land. Power Rangers or Fog. Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess I don't like PvP deck building games. It's I think nothing more or less than that. Dulce. Oh, here we go. PvP deck building game versus PvP deck building game. Power Rangers is going to win just because of expandability. And it has a solo mode. Although I've heard the third standalone Star Wars one might have a solo mode coming. So we're going to go Power Rangers. Fishies. Exit. Moving pictures. Escape room. Regicide. Mouse, cheese, cat, cucumber. Did I like the Star Wars more than that? Because I've been rating it, unfortunately, on a bias of, do I like it more than Star Realms or Power Rangers? And because I bashed it because of those, meaning in the back of my mind, I keep wanting to get rid of it. I think I've been biasing it this entire time. Because I'm not saying it's a bad game. compared to these other games. I do think I like it better than that. Chateau or Mouse? Mouse. Ventilators, Centauri, Alpuras, Duck in Danger, no. Mind Bug or Duck in Danger? Mind Bug. Curial, Duck, or... Hey, we're getting close to the end. I say that, and I probably got like another 50 matches I gotta do. Strike teams. Dice Masters are trekking through history. Like I said, I didn't care for Dice Masters as a dice game, but do I care for it more than trekking through history? I think these are going to be like in the top way hundreds. Like these ones almost don't matter, I don't think, anymore. I feel like Dice Master, because again, it was like a TCG, CGG, was more complex and fiddly than it needed to be. Because then you had a game like Destinies, right? Which I felt like did something similar with dice and activating slightly better. I'm going to go with trekking. Oh, we're done. We're done. All right. So for anybody who actually turns this video on and gets all the way to the end, I'm going to go through, we will quickly go through the rankings from, should we do 100? Let's go from 100. But I'll make separate videos for 50 through 1 where I actually go over everything. So 100, Uno Ultimate Marvel. 99, Funfair. 98, Trekking the World. 97, Leviathan Wilds. 96, Call to Adventure. 95, Star Realms. 94, Pandemic. 93, Age of Comics. 92, Squire for Hire. 91, Transformers deck building game. 90, Splendor. 89 would be Love Letter in general, right? 88, Astro. Wow, 88 for Astro Knights. Didn't even make my 50. That shocked me. I thought I was saying it was better than a lot of stuff, but it's not. 87, G.I. Joe deck building game. 86, Here to Slay. 85, Wingspan. 84, Comic Hunters. 83, Cavern Tavern. 82, Rolling Realms. 81, Peacemakers. 84, 79, Mariposas. 78, Draft and Write Records. 77, Libertalia. 76, Project L. 75, Marble Dagger. 74, Frozen Frontiers. 73, Redwood. That's kind of ironic these two are together because they're the two that I want to play again. 72, Sleeping Gods. 71, Mall Peak, which also is Skull Hollow. It's a game system. 70, Imperial Settlers, Empires of the North. 69, Isle of Cats. I think that's definitely dropped. And again, a lot more games have been played since we ever had that, probably in our top 10, 50, 25. 68, Marvel Age of Heroes. 67, Welcome to. 66, Carcassonne. 65, Dinosaur World. 64, Point Salad. 63, Disney Sorcerer's Arena. 62 is Vengeance Roll and Fight. 61, Expeditions. 60 is War and Witchcraft. 59 is Skulls of Seldic. 58 is Howl. 57 is a Solar Storm. 56, Roll to the Top. Both Journeys, and there's another Roll to the Top. 55, Tussie Mussy. 54, Land versus Sea. 53, Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle. 52, One Tour. 51, Super Spinball. The Star Trek one is the one that is there, which you guys can't see. I was trying not to make it go far enough down because I was going to go over the 50 through 1, but I think, you know, since I'm going to do that separate video, I will just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 53, 52 on tour, 51 Star Trek, And then that is, and you can kind of see 50 there. Tiny Epic Deluxe. That is 50. So let me flip the camera over. Boop. There we go. Needed to get that done one way or another. So wanted to get the YouTube algorithm pumping up again. So if you found this video afterwards and you haven't subscribed and sat through almost 5 hours of me clicking left and right, please hit the subscribe button. It helps the YouTube algorithm and the channel grow, and I appreciate it. If you want to see some more live streams, I've got one coming up tomorrow at 12 for Marvel Champions. I got one coming up on Friday for Marvel United. I'm going to try the Megaverse campaign, which is what Co-op Guild, Kanjay Studios, and I think at one point One Stop Co-op Shop, because they were kind of all together. They're doing theirs. I'm going to start my own, so you guys can come over and watch that. And then on Saturday, I've already got Invincible set up for the morning stream. And then I've got a painting evening chat stream if you just want to come out and chat while I paint. And then Sunday, the poll is still up. So whatever now gets the second most votes is going to be the Sunday stream. And then I'm going to try to do noon streams from here on out. In the evening, I may do some 9 o'clock quick streams while Audrey's putting the baby to sleep. For the next month or so, I'll do some evening streams because she's down in Colombia. But yeah, that is that. Appreciate Laniston and Ryan Pickle Man coming out and joining me, and anybody else who might have been just in chat and not saying anything. But until next time, guys. Peace.